Okay, so when I do that, is this line that is going in there. Very important. Make that a little bit bigger so you can all see, and pay attention. That thing is actually that thing up there. You see? And that's it. Believe it or not, your backup will be done. So let's fire this up and see, guys. Let's fire this up. Oh, and by the way, notice I'm doing it as system, right? So I don't, when you're doing a system, you don't have to grant anything like, you don't have to do grant read write, because system has read write. So don't even have to bother with that. So fire up my script right now. I'm gonna do this. CD, I just wanna test it, make sure that thing works. That works. Then I'll do VI. And I copy this line, I paste it inside. Escape colon WQ. Then, so, bam, bam, you can see, me make my thing a little bit bigger. Yeah, you can see our new script here. But when you do that script, remember, it's always good to, no, because it's a script, you comment it by doing this. Change mode 744. Was it 744 we decided to do? I think
Yes.
so. Yes, change mode 744. You can copy that guy and paste it here. So I gotta do that. LL. Now you can see my script. It has the execute that we need. Now to execute that script, it's period / and you give the script name. There is no other way to do it but to do it that way. So once you do that, that's how you execute a script in Linux. So with that, if I fire that up, let's see if that bad boy works. What does it say? All is not a legal Boolean. So it doesn't like that all. You remember that? So let's go check compress in the notes.
Compress, yes.
Maybe it's yes, I think so. Okay, let's try the yes. So we need to go back and do VI. And we fire up to, where's that compressed thing?
At the beginning.
Okay. So I for insert. Let's do Y. Good. So with that, let's run again. So that works. So when that goes well, we say, hooray, we're working fine. I'm going to give you guys next a little short steps on how to configure.
It's very cool, but you're too fast, man.
Good. So we are done. You notice student has 21 tables, department has 3 tables, that's it, nothing else. So there we go. It's an empty schema, but we've done the export. That's it. And where's the log file? See, it tells you where the dump file is, and that is the same place where the log file is located. But I like to do it in such a way that when I run it, the log file should be copied in here. So I would always know. I can always just come here and I see my log file. And the way I'll do that in my script is I'm going to add one more line in that script. In that script, I'm going to add a CP line as copy. And I'll copy that dump file. No, that log file is in this location. So I'll do CP, copy. Maybe I make a note here for you guys. I'll make a note here, say, copy log file into script
different
location folder. So I type that CP, what did we call our log file? The log file will be called that name.
xbdp.log.
Yeah. So we'll do copy that and we'll go space and we put this location.
Oh yeah, then.
So it's, yeah, so it's copying it into this place right here. Okay, so that's it.
That's where you have the dump, right?
Yes. No, where I have the script. It's copying from the DOM file location. Because if I go to the DOM file location, which is this path right there, if I type LL, you're going to see, let me type LT. You're going to see that's the log file produced there.
Mm-hmm.
And let me remove everything from here. rm star dot star. So everything is gone. Good. So if I run my script again, it should give me that. Let me just copy this, go redo the whole thing. So come back here, use my upper arrow, look for VI, yes, which is what? Oh, I'm in the wrong directory, that's why. What was our shortcut to go to that expert directory? I think it was just E, right? Yes, just E. To do that, DD, delete that line, I for insert, right click paste, and escape, colon WQ, LT, period, / DT, and bada bing. So that thing runs. So after it finishes there, my log file should be in this location too, a copy of it. Okay, that's the whole thing. Okay, while that is running, let's see. Okay, it's done. So if I type LL now, you should see the log file. So that's the log file. You see why I named the script same like the log file? So they're always together. You could always see them together, even this one down here. So it's good to have that convention of naming things. Okay. So now that I've done that one, let's go try the next one, the parameter method. The parameter method means I'm using a parameter file. So guys, where did this come from? How do we get this? Let me go back to the notes. Oops, that's not a topic for today, right? Yes.
Can we correct the compressor here?
Yes. So if you watch here, there's parameter on this thing somewhere. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's not called parameter, it's called par file, really. Specify the parameter file. See, that's why it's good to check. It's actually called the par file. So, you come back here on this thing. I'm gonna go, this is actually called the par file method. Oh, it's actually parameter file script method that uses the par file. That's, let me go back here and see, just 1 second. Yes, par file. That uses the par file, okay? So here I should actually have, not that, it should actually be par file equals. That's what it is. So let's try this method. So I'm gonna do VI. So I'm just making my script. Then inside my script, thank you, change that compress to Y. Copy that whole thing right there and dump it in here. See, script is done. Do another script. It's the same exact name, but it's .sh. And now I copy it here. And I go paste it. And that's it. Let's test if it works, then we can do all other things about it to fix it better. Then later on, we're gonna put it to send an email to us when it gets done. We're gonna configure that little piece of it. Okay. So with that, which of those two scripts should we make executable? Of those two, which one must be executable? All or both? All or both, people? Which of those two scripts must be executable?
Export .par.
Now the .par, no, that's a parameter script that's just been called. Only the .sh, every script that is .sh must be executable, because it's a script that is invoking that thing. You invoke this thing only at command line or at the terminal. That's why it's in a shell script. So we also going to do change mode 744. Let me just do star sh. It's going to do it for all the sh scripts. So that's it now. It's done it. To test it, now we do that. Fire that up. It doesn't like, oh, you guys see the error is so clear, right? Because I missed something in there. Wait a minute. Why? Unknown parameter schemas.
Schema S. Missing.
Ah, maybe inside the script I missed something. Just hold on. Yeah, I missed the S up here. So let's fire that up again. And boom, voila.
Yeah.
Backup runs. Export works.
Better pay.
So what's the difference between the two scripts? The difference is the other one, all the parameters are inside one file called the par script. Then all this guy does is calls that script. And this other one, the typical shell script, all the parameters are in one long line. But what happens if you had like 30 parameters? That would be ugly. That would be one long twisted line. So if you have many parameters, it's better to use the per file method to do this. Okay? And there we go. But that one did not bring over our log file. So we can work on that later on. So to work on that is to do that same CP, like we did up there. Simply add that down here at the bottom. And you make sure that the log file is that same log file up there. Yep. Then we're going to copy it over. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay. Because all that thing does is copies the log file over. Good. So guys, later on, as a matter of fact, I'll give you guys a few minutes. I give you guys 10 minutes. I've done it. You've seen it. You all have this script. Let me sing so it comes over to you. I want 10 minutes, everybody to do this same thing that I just did. Following my example. It sings, so if you check my note, you should have it, everybody. Copy it and put it into your own machine.
We are not there.
I even forgot adding the password. It's good to add the password. Good to encrypt it. All that good, nice, all those sweet parameters that we saw. As a matter of fact, while you guys are doing it, let me look at the script for encrypting. For putting a password. I think I like the password thing better. So nobody can steal this thing and use it apart from you. So while you guys, everybody get that and work on that for me in 5 minutes, then I'll come back. While you guys are doing that, I'm going to look at the password example. Oops, I find one. Yep. Even encryption, I have it. Yep. I'm gonna put all of that stuff there. I'm gonna add a password so that we password protect our data pump backup. So guys, I'm adding some other thing there, which hopefully you will catch. Add a line. Yep. Encryption all. Encryption password. Let's call that password. What was that? Bitech 11. But that's how that's what we did in class. Yes. Then I'll go to the DOM file. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'll go to the parameter file, do the same thing. I mean, encryption equals all. Encryption password equals DT. What is that? Not B. I take 11. Encryption algorithm equals that. You look at that cool jazzy parameter we can add in that whole thing, guys. Okay, I think, yeah, that should be the big one. Since I've added that, I'm gonna change mine. Let me sync it so you guys will see the new changes I've done. Good. So working good. So I've added a password and I've added an encryption method at the end. All you're doing is copy and pasting. So everybody should be done very shortly. Good. So the scripts all work perfectly. So give you guys, what, 5 more minutes? Yes, maybe.
I have to start from scratch, sir.
Why? Nope, you're not starting nothing from scratch. This database is there already.
I changed the machine.
Yeah, so all you need to do is connect to the database and you are in like everybody else. Did you connect through did you finally get your mobile, your net extender working?
Yes, sir.
Then that's it. There's nothing called starting from scratch. Maybe the only thing you may be missing is Evernote, right?
I just downloaded Evernote.
Have you installed it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so just open it, then you are right there. Every note in Evernote is still there, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's nothing like starting from scratch. And that's why I provided the machine for you guys, so you don't face that problem, then you are stuck. So open the machine, you start. Guys, it's copy and paste. Very simple. If you don't have the directories, just do make directory. Everybody's supposed to have these directories by now. Everybody should. Maybe. Let me add make directory here. Make directory -p. Yep. I have make directory there for those who don't have the directory. And then for those who don't have the, what's that file location called? If you don't have the file, now if you don't have the directory, then you have to go make it from the note that I gave you guys in class the other day. And everything is right there on that note. You copy and paste, make directory, make directory.
Please, Prof.
Uh-huh.
I have a question about the encryption value.
Yeah.
Yeah, is it part of transparent data encryption, or it's just
No, this one is operating system at the operating system level. No. It's not transparent data encryption is different. That one is done inside the database. We're going to do that. We haven't done it yet. We there yet? Okay. About 4 more minutes. How long did it take to fill the class? 20 minutes? You guys are fast. Did you go over it? So finish in 20 minutes, you read over it again in 20 minutes. Or did you mark some questions? Yeah. Okay. Took me like the whole. I had to finish before time, but I remember running over it again. Is this your clone? Hey, hey, ayo, ayo. This floor, I gotta change this floor. Anybody done?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. Who needs help?
Done.
Who needs help? Anyone?
Yes.
You need help?
Yes, Prof.
Okay. For the day,
Yes, Prof.
put your any desk in the group. Let Fonade log in and check his own. Who else needs help? You need help? Put your thing in the group right now. We give you guys some other 5 minutes.
Mm.
Okay, all right, all right. Azus, you happy somebody? Anyone? All right, I think right now I would stop. We're gonna stop that little practice and we would move on to the next thing. Um, let me see. Let me see what else you guys are supposed to do for the exercises.
Yeah, well, oh, it's because you're on the EC2. You're on the wrong one.
Who is that? Is that Augustine?
You have to be on this. See this? Yeah, we're using the class machine. TP2. Yeah. This is the machine we're using.
Okay, so people, this I will tell you guys again. Any person who's not doing every single exercise on this section and reading every page, you've decided not to do the very important thing. So I gave you those notes. Where are those notes? This note that I shared with you. Do every exercise in there. In the textbook, there are exercises on data form. Do them. If you don't do them, I don't even know what to say, but you have yourself to blame later on. So let me prepare now to get inside to do what we're supposed to be doing today. Today is chapter 22. You have to finish chapter 22 today. Yes.
Please, sir.
Yeah.
Please, I want to ask you a question. What is archive ping?
Archive ping.
Yes, sir.
Where did you see that?
Somebody asked me the question.
An archive ping. Archive ping, P-I-N-G.
Yes, in I see it's in data guard.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say it's not to do regular database, would be in data guard. Yeah, it's when the data guard standby database is looking for an archive log file. That's what it is. Yeah, but that's way far away from our class for now. But we will get there later on.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, yes, let's do it. Archive log file. All right, so, okay, guys, let's shift gears, move to something different really quickly. We have a chapter to finish. So take your book and turn to page 663. That whole section, guys, is about, it's about backups. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Has to do with nothing but a backup and tuning. So today we'll do configuration of database for backup and recovery, and then we'll start RMAN. So we're doing 22 and 23 today. So everybody, please get your thing and let's stay focused here. And we'll be starting with these things right here. Identify the types of failures that can occur in an Oracle database. And then the next one, we're going to be tuning instance recovery. And then identify importance, identify the importance of checkpoints, redo log files, and archive log files. Configure archive log mode, fast recovery. We have to configure fast recovery, configure control files and redo log files for recoverability. So that's easy topic. So let's all go to page 664. You're on page 664, me guys. So the chapter summarizes what can go wrong in an Oracle database and the steps necessary to ensure that data will never be lost. So what are the things, guys, that can go wrong? Need to start by looking at those possible failures and their resolutions. Possible failures. How to fix those failures, in other words. Eventually, your database will have some kind of failure, whether it says whether it be a network failure, user failure, or user error, or disk failure. So see, they kind of give us an idea of some here. It could be a network failure, could be a user failure, or it could be a disk drive failure, or even memory corruption. Okay. Memory corruption can make your database fail. To prepare for this nearly inescapable occurrence, it is necessary to have a backup and recovery plan. So guys, we're ending up this section, we're doing a backup and recovery plan. That's what we shall be studying in this section. Backup and recovery plan. The backup and recovery plan should be tested. So guys, that should be tested on a regular basis to make sure that the recovery techniques will be successful if they are ever needed. You may never need them, but if you do need them, you want to make sure that they will succeed. Okay, next section. To create a successful backup and recovery strategy. So guys, this is a word you should keep in your mind now. Backup and recovery strategy, or successful backup and recovery strategy. You must first understand the types of interventions and others. Now, the types of failures and how Oracle responds to each. Yep, that's the first thing. Was no different types of failures. Some require a user or database administrator intervention, and others do, and others don't. Okay, which backup and recovery solutions you leverage depend on many factors, including, so guys, your backup strategy will depend on many things. And there they say including what? Including how fast you need to recover from a failure and how many resources you want to dedicate for the solution. So guys, backup strategies will depend on the SLA, system level agreement. Okay. Backup strategy will depend on what your company wants you to deliver, not what you want, but what the company wants from you. Your investment, so investment has a lot to do with it, guys. Your investment in recovery infrastructure is proportional to the cost of lost productivity or business income if the database is unavailable for a day, an hour, or a minute. Guys, isn't that cool? If you want zero downtime, then you have to put in a lot of money. If you want just 5-minute downtime, It will be cheaper than 0 downtime. Now let's talk about the failure categories. Different kinds of failures that you can encounter. So here, guys, all the way down here, the types of failures or errors you may encounter fall into 2 general categories. So there are 2 general categories. And those 2 general categories, the physical and the logical. Oops. Physical and logical. Physical errors are generally hardware. So physical errors, what are physical errors? Which we must know. So we're told about the physical errors and logical errors. But physical errors are generally hardware errors or software errors in the application using the database. Logical errors are typically at the end user level, the database users or administrator. So guys, physical errors, logical errors. Then the categories of failures are. So let's see these categories, guys. I think there are like 6 of them. So number 1. Is statement failure. So what is statement failure? User select statement or data or DML statement fail because of permission, syntax, or error. See, that's a statement fail because of permissions or syntax or error. Like order 942. If somebody is running a query because against a table that they don't have permissions, we're going to have order 942. Then number 2 is user error. What is user error for us? The user mistakenly dropped a table. Yep. Or deleted the wrong rows in a table. That's a typical user error. Then number 3. User process failure. The connection of the database, the connection to the database failed because of a client disconnect or unexpected shutdown. Yep. When that happens, user processes will fail. Then number 4, network failure. So what is network failure in a database? As the name implies, network connections between client and server fail because of network hardware or protocol errors. And number 5. Number 5 says instance failure. The database instance crashes because of a bug, operating system errors, memory corruption, or even power loss. Memory corruption, or even power loss to the server. Then the last and most paid attention to one, which is number 6. That one is media failure. There were disk drive physical errors in, or a controller hardware. What? This way. Did I ever correct that sentence? Anyway, very simple. disk drive physical errors or controller hardware. So media failure, and sometimes it's just because the files are missing, or sometimes because the hard drive crashed, or the hard drive cannot be accessed at all. Oracle say media failure. Okay, these failure categories are in order of least serious and easiest to recover from, or to the most serious. Okay, so in other words, guys, the most serious ones are these ones down here. Like media failure, instance failure, network failure. They are more serious than statement failure, which is number one. Specifically, statement failures are easiest to recover from since they are almost always user managed. You rewrite the statement or insert statement so that it does not generate the error. So that's the way you fix that one. Guys, statement failure, right? That means you wrote a bad syntax, bad statement. Just makes sense that it is you to go in and fix it and nobody else. Failure categories. Let me see the least serious. Okay, statement failure. This one I was trying to say. Statement errors, guys, have to do with you issuing a bad SQL statement. That's all. You rewrite the SQL statement or insert. That's it. Accidentally dropping an important table can be recovered by the use of the database administrator, depending on whether the drop table is still in. So let's highlight that about a drop table. Next page. The recycle bin. There is something called recycle bin. Or whether the DBA has given the user privilege to the user to use various flash features. The recycle bin, guys, when you drop a table in Oracle, that table goes into the recycle bin. It doesn't get deleted. Recovery from network instance or media failure will necessitate varying actions. The choice to which will depend on the criticality and severity of the loss. All right. Let's see if we could get to some examples here real quickly. Just a second, guys. Okay, Oracle backup and recovery solutions. So now, guys, we've seen the different error types that you can have in an Oracle database. Now we need to figure out how do you fix each of those errors, like media failure, instance failure, process failure. How are they fixed? Most of them are fixed automatically by Oracle, as a matter of fact. We don't have to do anything anymore to fix them. But let's continue. Your backup and recovery strategy will need to accommodate for all these failures. So here's that backup and recovery strategy. Even though some of these failures are easier to recover from than others. For example, an instance failure may be because of a power outage. The recovery of committed transactions is relatively painless and automatic as long as your online redo log files are intact in multiplex. Oracle backup and recovery solutions. So let's see now, guys. Backup and recovery solutions. We're gonna let me see how far this extends. Okay, let's continue from here, from this point here. Oracle backup and recovery solutions. Your time, what is that? Your recovery time objective. You're going to hear this word a whole lot, RTO, RTO. Come further down, you're going to hear the word SLA, service level agreement. Come further down, RMAN. Let me see, just want to go through the big words here. Okay, flashback technologies. You're going to hear that a lot. And of course, data guard. RAC, which stands for Real Application Cluster or Standby Database. Okay, let's just dissect these few words. Okay, it's coming from the top, guys. Your RTO is, so what is this RTO? It is the target, it is, no, the RTO is the target in which a recovery operation must be completed to meet your customer's service level agreement. And want you to catch that word, service level agreement, called SLA. Various Oracle projects and technologies will apply depending on the RTO. Then days or hours. Okay, days or hours. Recovery manager and optionally Oracle Secure Backup. So there's RMAN, there's Oracle Secure Backup. Can recover your database in days or hours if the entire database is lost. Catch that. If the entire database is lost. The RMAN can do recovery of your database, depending on the size of the database. Then let's see the next one that talks about hours or minutes. Various flashback technologies, either user initiated or DBA initiated, can recover database objects usually while the database is still available to others. Although the database needs to be temporarily shut down, by using a flashback database, the DBA can control, back up the entire database to a point in time. Whereas earlier in the day, or even weeks ago, depending on the storage available in the fast recovery area and the restore points defined. Okay, don't worry about that. In other words, guys, if you're looking to be able to recover your database in a few hours or minutes, then you want to use flashback technology. What about minutes or seconds? If the database must be, so let's all highlight that. It says if the database must be available continuously, with downtimes no longer than a few minutes, Oracle solutions such as DataGuard or real application cluster can fail over. You guys can fail over to a backup database or an alternative running instance. So we're going to study rack and DataGuard, guys. The way rack operates is if Oracle needs more machines, Oracle NAT will keep adding the machines. Hold on 1 second. DataGuard, rack. Now let me do a little diagram here instead. Let me do a tiny little diagram about DataGuard, as a matter of fact. I'll do a sketch right here. So call this, DataGuard works on some principle like this. Primary DB. And then this one is standby DB. That's it. Then these two databases are connected. They are usually, there'll be like a connection between them. And in between them, or as a matter of fact, on each database, you configure DataGuard. Let's just call that DG for DataGuard. And the way they work is every little change that happens in here, every change in here is shipped over. There might be like an archive lock destination here. And all the changes come here. And the changes may be coming from the archive log destination here too. Okay, that is archive. So all changes get shipped over and then they are applied against the standby database. And because of these things here called DataGuard that I have in the middle, DG, they just call this whole thing a DataGuard setup. So if the primary database fails, the whole system will just fail over to the standby system. And if you restore your primary, you can ask Oracle to move things back to the primary and move back there and keep standby alone. So we're going to study that, something like that. And then, so this, let me write it here, DataGuard. Then there is, the other one is rack. Rack with the opposite effect, what rack has is, rack has shared storage. Then you can have instances here. So normally we call that shared storage. E.g. your data files. Log files, etc. They all stay down there. Then you have instance, and instance can also be called a node. You have node 1, node 2, node 3. And those nodes, through some load balancers stuff, could call this guy load balancer. All these guys connect to this load balancer. Then they connect to here. Remember these things here, data files. Node, instance. A node is an instance, guys. Instance 2. So if any of those instances goes down, that load balancer there would know. There's, as a matter of fact, there's supposed to be like 2 node. No, I made a mistake. That's not a load balancer. Just 1 second. The load balancer is actually on the other side. So you have, just a second. Load balancer will be on like that way. Okay. So normally this will be the load balancer. Then the load balancer decides. When you connect kind of through the load balancer. So users will be connecting all through the load balancers from different places. Could be thousands of users. Then the load balancer is the one that decides now to connect the users to either instance 1, instance 2, or instance 3. Okay, remember I said these things here are instances. Since you know the word instances. Okay. Then from the instance, all the instances will go through this thing here will be just like some router. Go through the router and then they go store their data in the data files. But most importantly, those instances talk to each other. They talk to each other through something called the interconnect. Okay, but let's stop there. That's not our lesson for today. We're going to talk about rack at the end of the class. So recovery analysis. Let's go further down. Forget the rest. Regardless of the type of failure, the RTO or RTO, the Oracle Data Recovery Advisor, makes it easy to quickly determine the type of failure. Oh, hold on. Something we need to study. Okay, it makes it easy to quickly determine the type of failure and the fastest way to recover from the specific failure. So guys, I hope it's nowhere else. Everybody should write on this page or circle on this page, Data Recovery Advisor. Data Recovery Advisor, guys, is what would look at your database and tell you, hey, you have this kind of failure, and this is how you can fix it. So recovery manager, let's talk about recovery manager. Let me see what I have to say about that. Recovery manager. What is the recovery manager? That's the primary tool for backup in Oracle. So I think this is just a tiny little introduction about it. So recovery manager, guys, we are told that is the primary tool you use to backup, restore, and recover database objects from the table level to the data file, table space, and of course, database level. So you cannot miss this, people. Primary tool for backup, restore, recover. The restore and recovery, you do that with Recovery Manager, RMAN. RMAN has many uses outside of backup and recovery, including cloning. So you can use that thing to clone or duplicate of an Oracle, of a database to another location. So guys, RMAN is one of the most powerful tools that we're about to study. We just finished data pump. That one is powerful in that you can use it to move data from one place to another, databases, upgrades, migrations, everything. But Recovery Manager is primarily for some three things: backup, restore, and recovery. Backup, restore, and recovery. Those are the three main things. Hey, Augustine, are you following up with us? Forget anything you're doing now. Please follow what we are doing. Don't get distracted with the computer that's not working. Everybody. Guys, everybody, let's kind of stay focused and just look at this the most we can. Because if you miss this, let me repeat. Anybody who misses data pump, RMAN, then I don't know why you're taking the class. If you cannot have time to do this, the practice on this section, just finish RMAN, complete, a data pump. Anyone who has spent this whole weekend not doing those exercises, okay, all right, then you are not serious. Okay. A key component of RMAN is a special location for backup and recovery called the fast recovery area. So guys, there's something called FRA. What is FRA, if you ask after this? A special location for backup and recovery objects. Everybody write that down about this this FRA. We gotta write that down. What was that thing called? Fast recovery area. And fast recovery area known as FRA. What is FRA?
On the place for all backup.
A special, guys. A special location. A special location for backup and recovery files. See, they call it files or objects. Huh? I should both call them objects. Okay. Then I just write them. And we are told some other few things. So while this area is ideally a disk group in ASM, it can also be located in an operating system file system. So there is a new word here that we see called ASM. So ASM is a file system designed by Oracle to store Oracle files, really. We're going to do ASM later. Regardless of location, it is a centralized place for all. So guys, this is another definition of that ASM. It is a centralized place for all backup and recovery objects. The FRA is managed based on size and your recovery objectives. Whether it's based on recovery window or on the number of backups, whether it's based on the key thing here I have to highlight separately. Recovery window or number of backups. It can be based on recovery window or number of backups you need to retain. Using an FRA is optional, but it's considered the best practice. We're going to use FRA. Next page. About Oracle Secure Backup. An Oracle Secure Backup, guys, you're going to hear OSB. What is Oracle Secure Backup? In conjunction with RMAN, Oracle Secure Backup. So let's see, they tell us now about Oracle Secure Backup OSB. You see that? We'll take RMAN backups and copy them to a tape device or to a cloud storage to prevent loss of data from a catastrophic failure at the data center. You guys catch that? OSB also provides an extension to RMAN at the OS level to back up Linux servers as well as any attached storage such as in a network attached storage, NAS. OS backup. So guys, what does OS backup do? Anyone? If you ask you what does OS backup do, what would you say? You just finished that.
Protect the backup offsite.
Yes, protect backups offsite. That's it. One good sentence. Oracle Secure Backup. So everybody write that down. OSB. So that's something we should not forget. What is OSB? OSB. Oh, did not define that yet. Just 1 second. So OSB, this, so let's say, let me, it's one of the Oracle utilities. That will take that will copy Arman backups to tape or the cloud or cloud storage. So cloud storage, it will be AWS S3, OCI. OCI is Oracle infrastructure. Oh, just say OCI buckets. We're going to do that in class.
Well, what's after the backups to, is it table,
Hmm?
the backup to, what way is this? Is it table or?
Oh, backup to, oh, it's supposed to be tapes, excuse me.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, there are tapes that we use to do backups. Okay, then data guard. We talked about data guard already, which is the next topic there. Data guard, we're told here, is one of Oracle's high availability solutions to ensure near real time. So this thing ensures near real time availability because of a failure of the primary database or to prevent database corruptions. A standby database is instantiated from a copy of the primary database and receives redo from the primary database and applies this redo to update its data files. Basically, that is how data POM works. Thus, the standby is kept synchronized with the primary. A standby database can have, database can also play. Yeah. So there is the primary database and the standby database, as a matter of fact. The two big words here: standby database, primary database. Okay, then the next line says, does the standby database describe synchronize? A standby database can also play the role of a read-only apply copy of the database for reporting purposes, and therefore free up resources on the primary database for better response time in an online transaction processing environment. Okay, that's a use of data guard, which we're going to see way later on. Let's see the next thing. Another type of standby database is called a logical standby. So there's a logical standby, same as there is a physical standby. Instead of continuously applying radio logs. So for the logical standby, guys, the whole idea is this: that instead of continuously applying radio to the physical copy of the primary, the logical standby database converts the radio into equivalent DML SQL statements. Therefore, the standby database is logically equivalent to the standby database, but will almost certainly not have the identical physical structure. So they don't have to be the same physical structure. Of the primary. A logical standby is not really part of the fault-tolerant environment. That's true. It is a separate database optimized as a data warehouse that happens to contain the same data as the primary. Okay, then we're going to see do a whole project on standby. At that point, you understand it much better. Then let's see instance recovery and the impossibility of database corruption. That has to do with radio logs and undo. I think it's one of those sections that we've talked about instances so much that we can skip. So let's start with, it starts here with that instance failure. There's instance failure, and there should be this instance recovery. Okay, let's talk about this thing called instance recovery and instance failure. When they say an instance fail, hey guys, can somebody give me a reason why an instance will fail? What will cause an instance failure?
Space.
Network.
No, never. Network will not cause an instance to fail.
The space.
Memory corruption.
When the listener is not on?
No.
No.
The space in the
Power outage.
Enough.
Power outage means the instance shut down, the database crash. Instance failure is database crashing, the instance going down, no more SGA, no more background processes. Everybody, I think you guys better write this down. You guys have notebooks. I told you guys, one way you study now is when we finish like this, grab these notes, write down the key phrases that we've highlighted inside your notebook. And you look at them over and over if you want to study. But if you don't want to study, you just want to play over this thing, don't do that. Just watch my screen, then you go to sleep and you come back the next day. And I bet you 5% of what we studied will not be in your brain. But anyone who wants to study, you better listen. We finished, we are now in the 3rd month of this class. And if you have been procrastinating, it's coming to an end very soon. Instance recovery. Okay, let's read this section. An instance failure could be caused by power outage. So guys, it could be caused by, this is so important, power outage, rebooting the server, issuing shutdown abort command, and anything that causes the instance background processes to terminate and the SGA to be destroyed. All this without any attempt to flush the changed buffers in the cache onto the data files or to roll back any in-flight transactions. Okay, that is what you call instance failure. Instance failure is when the instance crashes, and that crash can be caused by, one way to write causes of instance failure. You guys write that down. So that caused by number 1, power outage. Number 2, server rebooting. Number 3, it could be shutdown abort. Or the killing of a process. Yes. Or cause of 3, 1, 2. Yep, number 4 would be background process killed. Okay. Yep, those are common things. Power failure, rebooting of the server, or someone just type shutdown abort, or background process, someone killed a mandatory background process, like the lock writer, the DB. You remember those writers. In principle, let's continue. In principle, instance recovery is nothing more than, so what is instance recovery? Let's pick that up from here. That in principle, instance recovery is nothing more than using the contents of the online log files to rebuild the database buffer cache to the state it was before the crash. So guys, what do we use?
Redo log.
Online redo log files. That is what recovery is. This will replay all changes extracted from the online redo log files that refer to blocks that had not been written to disk at the time of the crash. Once this has been done, the database can be opened. This phase of the recovery is known as the what? Roll forward. Guys, there's a roll forward phase. At the roll forward phase, what happens to your database? What happens during the roll forward phase, guys?
Replace the change.
Yep, reinstates all changes. All changes are rewritten back to the database. Everybody really mark me this thing here. Roll forward. Reinstates all changes. What does that mean? Changes to data blocks and changes to undo blocks for both committed and uncommitted transactions are reinstated. That's what they're saying there. Roll forward during the instance recovery. means the things that were in the buffer cache before the database crashed are rebuilt just the way they were. That is called roll forward. Okay, let's continue. The next line. Each redo record has the bare minimum of information needed to reconstruct a change. The block address and the new values. Good. During a roll forward, each redo record is read. The appropriate block is loaded from the data files into the database buffer cache, and the change is applied. Then the block is written back to disk. Wow. You have to take note of that. Once the roll forward is complete, it is through the crash. It is as though the crash had never occurred. But at that point, there will be uncommitted transactions in the database. So guys, catch that. That as soon as the roll forward is complete, there will be uncommitted transactions in the database. This must be rolled back. However, that happens after the database has been opened for use. So there is also a, where is that again? There's also a rollback phase. That rollback phase only happens after the database is open for use. If a user connects and hits some data that needs to be rolled back and hasn't yet been, this is not a problem. The roll forward phase will have populated the undo segment that was protecting the uncommitted transaction so that the server can roll back the change in the normal manner for read consistency. Okay, you know what I'll tell you guys? If you're tired like I am, I want you to come back on this whole section here. All right, everybody should write down a notebook, read again. I'm going to read this section again. Just read it 2-3 times, you will understand it. Roll forward, roll backwards. So let me explain again just in ordinary words. At a database crash, you may have dirty buffers that have not been written to disk, but the database just crashed, boom. Because they were still in the SGA, they all disappear. Even at the next startup, they will not be there. So when Oracle starts up next time, it's going to check the control file, and it will know that some buffers or blocks were not written to disk and they were missing. But because Oracle writes instantaneously to the redo log buffer archive log files, that information is in the redo log files and probably archive log files. So SMON, with all its sense, would start now a recovery process to take the data from the redo log files or archive log files and bring them and rebuild back the buffers in the SGA that were destroyed. Then after it rebuilds them, it will now take those that are committed, that are dirty, will carry them and write them back, or right now will instruct the DB writer to write them to the data files. And once that is done, our database should be back synchronized the way it's supposed to be and nothing lost. That's the whole idea about instance recovery. Instance recovery uses radio log files. If the information is not in the radio log files, it's in the archive log files. That's the whole idea here. So let's go to the next section. I think it continues on the next page anyway. Instance recovery. Instance recovery is automatic and unavoidable. So guys, you don't do anything about instance recovery. It just happens. So how do you invoke it? Very simple, isn't it? You invoke it by typing startup. You log in that database, going to say idle instance. You type startup command. When starting an instance, after mounting the control file, and therefore opening and before opening the database, the smon checks, hear that? smon checks the file headers of all the data files and online radio log files. At this point, if there had been an instance failure, it is apparent. Why? Why apparent? Because the file headers, so guys, we talked about this before. The file headers are all out of sync. So smon goes into the instance recovery routine, and the database is open only after the roll forward phase. Tuning the instance recovery process can theoretically be done by setting a recovery parallelism instance. So guys, how do we make it so that it can recover faster? Very, very fast. We do that by setting one parameter here mentioned, recovery underscore parallelism, to specify the number. So what does this parameter do? What it does is specify the number of processes that will participate in recovery, not in the instance recovery operation. Setting this explicitly to 0 or 1 will disable parallel recovery. So take note here. Yep. However, from release 10, leaving this parameter on the default will allow Oracle to launch whatever number of processes are appropriate. Okay, that's good. So don't even touch that thing. The actual number used is written out in the alert log. Oh yes. This is an exit from the alert log following a shutdown abort. So guys, let's see this exit here. If you're looking at this thing here, beginning crash recovery. So now database is shut down abort and they're starting it up. Parallel recovery started with 7 processes. You see this one here, starts with 7 processes. So it's better to just leave it default and let Oracle manage it for us. So that's it. Recovery parallelism. So let's see the next one. Hey, I want us to write that down somewhere. Recovery underscore parallelism. What does it do? Specify the number of processes. Okay, so that parameter specifies specifies the number of processes that will participate in instance recovery operation. Processes that will participate in instance recovery operations. Yep. So the key is I will leave the default value. Leaving it or leaving its default value will allow Oracle to launch. That will allow Oracle to launch whatever number of processes are appropriate to launch whatever number of processes is appropriate for instance recovery. Good. So that's it. I'm writing it down because I want you to remember this one. Then also take note number of processes will be written in the alert log. In the alert log after
Recovery.
an instance recovery. Okay, so that's it about that tiny little piece. And I think yes, I'll let you guys read the rest of that section. I want us to move and go to a section where we would do something. We spend too much time on architecture now. We should not spend time on this kind of stuff now. You can read it and understand it, but if you don't want to read it, then we don't have to sit here and read the thing, right? Because it's more like revision now. So we are what? How does my thing doesn't open the right place? Just 1 second, guys. Hmm. Okay, we are right here. So highlight that tip for me. You never have to do any, you never have anything to lose by issuing a startup command. After any sort of crash, try to start up and see how far it gets. Okay, the next little paragraph that tells us a few things here. Yes. It should now be apparent that there is always enough information in the radio log stream to reconstruct all work done up to the point at which the instance crash. Okay. And furthermore, that this includes reconstructing the undo information needed to roll back transactions that were in progress at the time of the crash. But for the final proof, consider the following scenario. I want you guys to read that later, okay? I'm not going to read that scenario. Let's go to the next page. Next page summary. If you are curious to know more, you can come and read that scenario and you look at it and you try it. If you go to the next page, 668, the last paragraph on that section. In summary, guys, in summary, where does that line end? That's a long line. In summary, because log writer always writes ahead of DB writer, and because it writes in real time, who writes in real time? The log writer. There will always be enough information in the radio log stream to reconstruct all committed changes that had not been written to the data files and to roll back any uncommitted changes that had been written to the data files. This instance recovery mechanism of redo and rollback makes it absolutely impossible to corrupt the Oracle database, so long as there has been no physical damage. And your exam tip down there, which everyone must keep reading the exam tips, all of them. Can a shutdown abort corrupt the database? Absolutely no. Checkpoints and redo log. We talked about checkpoints lengthily before. So this one of the sections, we shouldn't spend too much time there either. Checkpoint. Blocks in a buffer cache. So I'm reading that first line. Blocks in the buffer cache that have been changed are checkpointed to disk by the database writer. Okay. The change vectors that were applied to these blocks will have already been written to the radio log stream by the log writer process. The database writer writes according to a lazy algorithm. We have seen that like a couple of times. Lazy algorithm. That's how that thing writes. And the log writer writes according to an aggressive algorithm that is near real time and is real time on commit. Yep. Checkpointing mechanism. So let's talk about checkpointing here, maybe the different kinds of checkpoints that can occur. I think that's the most important thing here. Checkpoints. What? 930. What are checkpointing mechanisms? So The checkpoint position. Oops, hang on 1 second. The big thing I need to highlight here is this. What is the checkpoint position? Just try and check how we mark my book here. Okay, checkpoint. So guys, the checkpoint position, what is it? The point in the radio log stream from which instance recovery must start following a crash. That, everybody circle this. That is what they call the checkpoint position. If the database crashes, Oracle recovery will start next time from the latest checkpoint position. Okay, and they say this position is actually advanced automatically by the database writer. This process is known as incremental checkpointing. So guys, so there is something called incremental checkpointing. So what is incremental checkpointing? So that is, we're going to write number 1 on this one. So incremental checkpointing, what is that? It's part of normal database activity. The database writer processes decide there are sufficient blocks in the cache that have been updated, known as dirty buffers, and that it is time to write a few of them to disk. So people, watch this. They said that checkpointing, right? Incremental checkpoint occurs when the database writer writes. Process decides that there are sufficient blocks in the cache that have been updated, in other words, dirty buffers, and that it is time to write them to disk. The algorithm to select which change buffers to write is based on how long. Oh, let me stop back on this page. Everybody, I want us to pay attention to this incremental checkpoint. If you ask that what is an incremental checkpoint, what would you write down? So right here, types of checkpoints. Number 1 is incremental checkpoint. So what are these? Let's look there and come up with the meaning. Let me see. This process known as incremental checkpointing. Incremental checkpoint is a part of the database writer. Incremental checkpoint typically is the point in the radio log stream. Yes, guys, it is the point. In the redo log stream. Point in the redo log stream from which instance recovery must start. Following a crash. So that is the definition of an incremental checkpoint. It is the point in the redo log stream. So let me write some other little thing here.
Prof,
Mm-hmm.
is it this definition that you just put for incremental checkpoint? Is it not for checkpoint position?
Yeah, a checkpoint, but that's what it is. It is called incremental checkpoint. That's a checkpoint position.
Okay.
But this one is incremental. This is marked in that position. That point is marked when the database writer flushes dirty buffers. To disk. These were data files, remember? So when that happens, an incremental checkpoint is mapped. Yep, an incremental checkpoint. And this one, another thing to note about it is that an incremental checkpoint is part of normal database activity. Incremental checkpoints. Let's go back to the second type of checkpoint, which would be on the next page. Yeah, let me just go to the next page. I really want you guys to read. I cannot, we cannot afford time to sit and read everything in class. Okay, if I prepare PowerPoint, this whole thing will be like 2 PowerPoint pages of huge letters. I will just go. I think sometimes I have to stop using this book where it takes much time, and I use it because I want you guys to have extra material to read, but I doubt if most people read it even. So in general, a buffer will be written, only if it has changed. If it has changed, there is, let me see, if it has changed, there is no point in writing a buffer that has not been changed and idle. Okay, forget that. Don't worry about that. Never forget that there is no correlation between committing changes and writing blocks to disk. Yes, we know that. Okay, the next checkpoint, which is number 2. Let me see how I mark the other one. Okay, number 1. That's number 1. The big thing is I just wanted to bring out the different types of checkpoints. So number 2 type of checkpoint is the full checkpoint. So what causes the full checkpoint, and when does that occur? The full checkpoint occurs when all dirty buffers, so when all dirty buffers are written to disk. The normal running, in normal running, there might be 100,000 dirty buffers in the cache, but the DB writer will write just a few hundred of them. But the DB will write just a few hundred of them for the incremental checkpoint. So you see here, they bring us back to, so this is now full checkpoint, and they relate it to incremental checkpoint. Let's go back. Wait, I wrote something down which I think I didn't make it very clear. Let me come back here. I want to correct something here after reading that line. So incremental checkpoint, the first line, the point in the radio log stream from which instance recovery must start following a crash. That, let me see, this is marked, okay, this is marked when the DB writer flushes some. I'd like to add the word some here. Guys, it's not all of them. It flushes some dirty buffers. It doesn't write all of them. It writes just some according to its lazy write. Means it feels, okay, it's time to write some. It's not, nothing is forcing the DB writer to write. The DB writer just go write some out as normal tradition. And it doesn't write all of them. And that's why they say it's normal, it's part of normal database activity, because for normal database activity, the database writer writes lazily. It writes only when it really has to, and it writes just enough. But now, looking at this, what? This thing kept crashing on me. Why? That's something new now. Okay, but looking at the full checkpoint, guys, that full checkpoint occurs when all dirty buffers are written to disk. All of them, not just some. Let's write a few things, then we'll go back to the other side of the page. For a full checkpoint, it will write a lot. This entails a great deal of work, including high CPU and disk usage while the checkpoint is in progress, and the reduced performance for sessions. You see? So that's the thing. This one does a lot of writing and it impedes performance. Full checkpoints are bad for business. Because of this, there will never be a full checkpoint except in two situations. Oops. And what are the two situations? Number one, when the database, let me see, when the database is shut down with normal. So that's one of them. Immediate or transactional options. Okay. There is a checkpoint. All dirty buffers are flushed to disk by the database writer before the database closes. This means that when the database is open again, no recovery will be needed. A clean shutdown is always desirable and is necessary before some operations. Okay. So let's see the tip here. Manually initiated checkpoints should never be necessary in normal running, although they can be useful when you want to test the effect of tuning. There is no full checkpoint following a lock switch. This has been the case. Okay, so guys, let's go back now. Let's go write something about a full checkpoint when it occurs. So number two, in our study case here. So what's a full checkpoint?
Oh, dirty buffer. Flush.
Yep. This one occurs when all dirty buffers are written to disk. That's what it is. All of them. Let me see what else.
Incremental.
No, this one say write a lot and can impede performance.
Or we have impeded.
Impede, yeah. Thank you. Should only be impede performance. Let me see what else should we write about that guy. Occurs, let me see, in two circumstances. Occurs usually only in two circumstances. And Those two circumstances are A, two circumstances shut down,
Normal.
yeah. So during a shutdown, and that shutdown could be normal, could be transact immediate. Yes, shutdown, normal, or immediate, or transactional. And the second, B, it can occur or when initiated by the DBA with alter system checkpoint. Alter system checkpoint, that's it. So that's the second way you could initiate that thing. All right, full checkpoint, usually not advisable. So Oracle doesn't do full checkpoints normally. Let's go to the third one then. Number 3, type of checkpoint. So number 3 is called a partial checkpoint. A partial checkpoint. When does this occur? So it's necessary and occurs automatically as part of certain operations. Depending on the operation, the partial checkpoint will affect different buffers. These operations are detailed here. So they give us some of the kinds of operations here. Okay. So if you look down here, we're given them. There are, well, 6 of them. So the first one is taking a table space offline. Number 2, taking a data file offline. Number 3, dropping a segment, truncating a table, putting a table space into backup mode. And number 6, backing up a data file with RMAN. So let's write that down. partial checkpoint. What's a partial checkpoint? This one is actually necessary and occurs automatically. As part of certain operations. E.g., so let's list some of those down. What is that? Table space offline. Taking table space offline. Taking TBS offline. Number 2, taking data file offline. Number 3, dropping a segment. A segment, guys, is something like a table, index, or cluster. No, view has no segments. View's segment is in the table. Truncate. So when you do truncating a table, there is a partial checkpoint. Putting a table space in backup mode. Number 6, backing up a data file. So backing up a data file.
With Arman.
Yep. Not just with anything, but with Arman. See, alter data file. As a matter of fact, you do backup data file. You give the number or the name. Partial checkpoint would occur. Okay, so guys, let me go, and I think I should focus more on the hands-on part. Exam. Full checkpoints occur only with an orderly shutdown or by request. Of course, partial checkpoints occur automatically as needed. So let's go to the next page. Let me see what's there. Putting the tables, protecting the online Regilog files. How do we protect our online Regilog files, guys? By duplexing them. That's it. I should let you guys read this. Remember that Oracle database requires at least 2 Regilog files. You all remember that. So you can switch between them. You may need to add more groups for performance. So guys, remember this. For performance reasons, you may need to add more groups, but 2 are required. Each group consists of 1, yes, we're told here again, each group consists of 1 member or more, of 1 or more members, which are the physical files. Only 1 member per group is required, but at least 2 members per group are required for what reason? Safety. So guys, protecting Reguloc files, you have to think about that, safety. So we'll do this. With 2 or more members per group. So that's how we protect that. Always have at least 2 members in each lock file group for security. This is not just data, it's job security. So I would, okay. The one thing a DBA is not allowed to do is to lose copies of the current online Reguloc file groups. If that happens, I'll write here, I want you guys to read this. That's just more history, some things we have done in class. I want you to read that section, otherwise we'll not finish. The only thing down here is this. If a member of a Reguloc file group is damaged or missing, the database will remain open if there is a surviving member. This contrasts with the control file, where damage to any control file would lead to a crash of the database. Wait, pay attention. Damage to a copy of any control file will let the database crash. Similarly, groups can be added or removed, and members of groups can be added, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then your exam tip down there again. Make sure you read all of those. Online Reguloc, the online Reguloc can be reconfigured while the database is open with no downtime. So that's an important point to know, guys. Whereas operations on the control files can be carried out only when the database is in no mount mode. So if you need to touch the control file, your database must be in no mount mode or even shut down. Okay. Let's shift down a little bit. Let's see, what time is it? 10 o'clock. Okay, a few more pages to go. I'll get some serious hands-on to do around this section here. It says, if you create a database with the database configuration assistant, by default, you will have three groups. But unless you instruct DBCA to use Oracle managed files or fast recovery area, they will have only one member each. Two views will tell you the state of your Regulocs. Guys, these are the views we need to know for Reguloc files, $log, $log file. We had queried, we had gone through this before, I remember. Okay. Let me see if there's another thing here. Let's go look at the views on the other side. Let's go to that table right there. page 671. So guys, see here, they're querying against that $lock. So if you describe the table, you'll see those columns they're querying, guys, and it gives you this. So in this case, we have radio log file, group 1, group 2, group 3, and these are the logs, the sequence numbers. That's log sequence numbers, that's as you see them there. Then it shows you how many members per group, and then it shows you the status. With time, we need to know what inactive means, as matter of fact, we should know by now, and what current is. Current means it's been written into right now. Then there's another query against $, log file. That one is the one that actually gives you the status and the location of the members. And guys, if that guy is current, if you want to move it to, you want another one to be current, normally we do alter system switch log file. It will move from writing from one region log file to another. That's what that does. Then, then look at that query again. Now it shows the one that was current is now active. When it says active, who could guess what that means for us? Who could guess what this active one means? See, before it was current.
Right here.
Active, maybe it's ready to be written into.
No. Active, no.
Need to be wait to be flushed.
That's a radio log file that is active.
It means will be used by SMOD for instance recovery.
Yes. Means this one, guys, still needed. By SMOD for instance recovery. If it were to occur, not necessary, but means the information in there, even though the information is still in there, but that information has not been written to the data files. So it says it is active. Inactive means it is not needed for anything. All right. So that's the most important thing to catch on that page. So let's zoom down a tiny little bit here and just highlight those keywords. Then we'll move on, guys. So there's valid. The word status, you need to know that. And when I say group number, you better know that means the group number of the radio log file. Let me see what else. Okay. Okay. Oops. Let's find out what is this invalid. It's actually written here. Let's highlight the invalid status thing. I won't write it, but I wanted to write this down later. It says, if a member has not yet been used, typically because the database has just been opened and no lock switches have occurred, the status will be invalid. This will be there until the first lock switch. So it will stay there until the first lock switch. If the status is persistently invalid, you may have a problem. So now there is an alter system switch log file command. So this is a command to DBAs we know. What do we use that command for? Guys, to force a lock switch. If you ever have to force a lock switch, you're using that command. So that's a command to circle in your book and kind of remember it. Then let's talk about the active one. Active. Active means, this means that it should still be needed by SMON for instance recovery if the instance failed now. In a short time, as the checkpoint position advances, it will become inactive. Okay. Issuing an alter system checkpoint command would force the checkpoint position to come up to date. Okay. So that thing. So when you issue that command, what did they say would happen? They said that command will force the checkpoint position to come up to date, and group 2 would then become inactive. To protect the database against loss of data in the event of damage to an online radio log file, multiplex it. So this is the main line. As a matter of fact, of everything we have been reading, they were just coming to tell us this later. That's the main line on this whole page here. And that whole thing is about multiplexing. Okay? So how do we protect online radio log files? Everybody swing back to that page for me, and you write multiplex. In other words, even though I wrote that sentence sums up to multiplex. Multiplex. What are we multiplexing?
Online redo.
Multiplex copies, yes, of members. It's the members that we're multiplexing. Then if you go back to that page, this is how you do it. Alter database, add log file member. So you simply go add the thing, that's all. It's really no big deal. It's a very simple syntax. Alter database, add log file member. Then you say to group, and you give the group number. That's it. In this case, they're using Windows here. So let's see the next side here. So archive log mode and archiver process. So what do we do with archives 2, guys? Multiplex them, same thing. So I want you guys, people, read all of that stuff. This is automatic. And we all know that your online radio log files are overwritten as log switches occur. So the history of the change vectors is by default not kept, but the transition to archive log ensures that no radio log file is overwritten unless it has been copied to the radio log files. So guys, so there will be a series of archive log files that represent a complete history of all changes ever applied to the database. If a data file is damaged at any time, it will then be possible to restore the backup, to restore a backup of the data file and apply the changes from the archive log redo stream to bring it up to date. Absolutely. Exam tip: online radio log files can be overwritten only if it is inactive. If the database is in archiving copy. So let's see the next thing here. By default, the database is in no archive lock mode. So by default, guys, the database is in no archive lock mode. And what does that mean for us? This means, oh, excuse me, not that line. I needed this. So this means online Regilog files are overwritten. Where does that line end? Long line. That this means that online Regilog files are overwritten by lock switches with no copy being made first. It is still impossible to corrupt the database, but data would be lost if the data files were damaged by media failure. Once the database is transitioned to archive lock mode, it is impossible to lose data, guys. So it is impossible. In archive lock mode, it's impossible to lose data, provided that archive lock files generated since the last backup are available. Once the database is converted to archive log mode, a new background process starts automatically. We know that background process is called the archiver process. By default, Oracle will start 4 of this. So as a matter of fact, let's kind of take note of this little sentence here. That Oracle will start 4 of this, but you can have up to 30. So let's put a little star here on that number section there. So by default, 4 archive log files, but you can have up to 30. So everybody put a little star near that section, so we're gonna remember that. What is that? 4 archiver processes. We can have up to 30 of them. Okay. Then let's see the tip down there. In archive log mode, recovery is possible with no loss of data. Okay. Yeah. I could read that. Let's see here. The archiver process. What does that archiver process do? And I think we all know that. So, the archiver process. Oops, not that highlighter there. So guys, so the archiver process will copy the current online log file to an archive log file after each log switch, thus generating a continuous chain of log files that can be used for recovering a backup. The name and location of these archive log files are controlled by initialization parameters. And that is where we are heading to right now. But most importantly, this is the line here, since we're talking about protection. For safety, multiplex them. Can be multiplex. But eventually they should be migrated offline. So everybody mark this section that the thing should be multiplex and migrated offline even. To where? Such as tape. The Oracle instance takes care of creating the archive logs and archive process, but the migration to tape can be controlled by the DBA. Then an exam tip down there for us, guys. Archiver process, the archiver processes launch automatically if the database is in archive log mode. So we don't have to do anything after I turn that on. So let's swing to the other side, and I wouldn't read anymore. I want you guys to finish reading this. What time is it? 10:20. Oh my God. So you got 3 pages to go. I almost finish those, believe it or not. Let's go. when you configure these things, guys, you have to use some variables. And the book tells us here that to ensure unique names for the files, it is possible to embed variables such as the lock switch sequence number in the archive log file name. And the variables may be used to embed unique names in archive log files, such as, guys, we need to know these bad boys right here. There are just 4 of them, but there are 4 you must know. So number 1 for us is that guy there. Just 1 second. Yep. So when you put %D, what does that mean? A unique database identifier necessary if multiple instances are being archived to the same location. So unique database identifier. So if you put %T, means you want to attach a thread number. %R, incarnation number. And this is often important. That is important after an incomplete recovery has been done to your database. Okay, then you can put %S, which is actually the lock switch sequence number. This will generate, or this will guarantee that the archives from any one database incarnation do not override each other. So often we use that %S, S there. Good. Let's see here.
Prof,
Yep.
what is really this incarnation number?
If your database crashes, no, if your database, something happened to your database and you restore your database manually and start back your log sequence number to number 1, you're going to have a different incarnation of your instance name. Means your instance name will be there, but it'll be, or deep inside Oracle would give it a different mark. So that the old radio log files, not all archive log files, you cannot use anymore.
Okay.
That's why I would mark it differently. We give it a different incarnation.
Okay.
An invisible name.
Okay.
Okay. But guys, let me see, for safety, is usually required to multiplex archive log files. This is that same line here, people. That for safety, it is required to multiplex those to where? To different destinations. Requirement to multiplex archive log files and specify 2 or more destinations, ideally on different disks served by different controllers. Everybody on your textbook also mark it here. Very important. So we're going to learn how to do that. It is possible to specify up to 30, incredible, watch that. Up to 31 archive log destination. Why not 30? See, the archive log, the archivers can be up to 30. Okay. Giving you that many copies of each file, online radio log files. This is perhaps excessive for safety. The archive destination, good idea. 2 destinations, sure. But why 30? Okay. The reasons for so many possible destinations is distributed systems. For this purpose, for the purpose of this book and the OCP exam, an archive log destination will always be a directory on the machine hosting the database. That is for our case here. Okay. Okay. and 2 destinations on local disk will usually be sufficient. Good. Okay, let's swing down to backup and recovery configuration. And so guys, we've seen this. Radio log files, multiplex. Archive log files, multiplex. Control files, multiplex. So far, those are the things we have seen. Multiplex means create more than 1 copy. Let me see here. We got. Backup and recovery configuration. So let's see here. Configuring the database for recoverability means ensuring that certain critical files are multiplex. So guys, watch that. We're doing a database for recoverability. That big word. And to do your database recoverability has to do with multiplex. Multiplexing files. These files are, so which files do we multiplex? In other words, online radio log files, the control files, where the archive log files. Adjusting the online log file configuration is an online operation, whereas the control file configuration requires a shutdown. Okay. Let's see the next thing. What are they telling us? What's that point? A point of terminology. Some DBAs say that the database should have multiplex control files, whereas others say that it should have multiplex copies of the control file. This book uses the latter. The Oracle documentation is inconsistent. Okay, thank you. There's no point for us to slip over. So guys, so let's see here. To determine the names and location of the control files, what do? We query the $control file. So take note of that. If we do that select statement, it will give you the name of your control files and their location. Very simple. $control file. And you could also query $parameter, but now you have to end up saying where name equals control files. So those 2 queries will give you the same thing. That's all they're saying here. Exercise, investigate and adjust the radio log configuration. So guys, everybody, exercise to do here. Everyone must do this exercise by tomorrow class. And they say connect to your database as system, document the current, the configuration of your radio log files. That means what, guys? That means you run the select statement against a $log and $log file, and you save, you copy the information, keep it in your Evernote together with the statement. That's what they mean here by document. I've been begging you guys to document, but a lot of people still don't seem to understand what we mean by documenting. Yeah. Something I really had to teach. This will show the log members. Okay, so write that thing there, who cares? Then number 4, select log mode from $database, instance. Then put your database in archive log mode. Then they say add another member to each online log groups. Before you do this, before this exercise, we're going to make sure we take a snapshot of everybody's database. Zeus, when you have time, could you run? I created that. I wanted to be able to take snapshots with scripts. Then look at the scripts I did, make them take the snapshots so that next time we'll just use them, okay? Please. Don't go doing them one by one. Generate some scripts. Okay, so guys, for what you're doing, the only thing I'll beg you to remember is that this here is Windows. You are in Unix. This is Windows. You are in Unix. So your statement will not give anything like that. And when you coin your own names, they should not look like that. Make them look like your own. You see the current locations of your files. You're putting these ones, your second ones in the same kind of location. Okay. Then run this query, v $log, blah, 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 switch that. Okay. Configure the fast recovery area. So that's the next section. So that exercise was just telling you how you're going to duplicate, how to multiplex or duplicate your Reduloc files. As a matter of fact, I think I should give you guys some note on that. Otherwise, some people will never get this done ever. Guys, I even will have the free class that we are still teaching people Unix and learning all that stuff. I beg you guys to join. Almost nobody was online of your class. Who was there? Who was in that class? Anybody? Or that's for the junior people. Okay, cool.
Please change the time.
It's a free class. If you think it's important for you, you adjust and you take it. If you don't think so, you do what's important. You choose what's important for you now.
At that time, we are work.
Yeah, I say choose what is important for you. It's a free class. You're not paying some money. If you want me to change the time and you pay me, I would. It is control with 2 instance parameters. So guys, fast recovery area, you use two things. And what is that fast recovery area? We're told right here, guys. Area is a disk destination. So the fast recovery area, repeating it again, a disk destination used as a default location for recovery related files or backup related files. And DB recovery file desk, DB recovery file desk size. These are the 2 parameters you use to set that thing. And what does the first one do? Hey guys, from that, look, the first one here, that one is nothing but a directory. Directory location or location. And the second one is how much space to use in the directory. That's all it is. Don't use all the space. We're going to tell you how much you use. That's what it is. Okay. So let's see here. The first parameter nominates location. This can be a file system directory or an ASM location. Oops, not that thing. Good. It is possible for several databases to share a common location. That's true. And then we're told the second is amount of space in the destination that the database will occupy. It says nothing about how much space is actually there. The configuration and usage of fast recovery area are shown in the view. So guys, if you want to see that, $, recovery file desk, $, recovery area usage. Guys, remember, you guys got to make some notes on this for yourself. But if you just look at this thing and I go and you never look at it, you don't even write down anything, remember, it is you studying, and the trick to catch this thing is to make notes of your own. The files that will be written to the fast recovery area include, so I'll mark this, you gotta remember this, guys. Which files are in that recovery location? So number 1, recovery manager backups. Number 2, archive logs and database flashback logs. So So those are the three kinds of files that will be in your FRA. So files in FRA, flash recovery area. So those are the files that you have in that location. Okay. Then another big point to remember is that Arman can manage space within the flash recovery area. It can delete. So guys, Arman, right, is one to delete files that are no longer needed according to the pre or the configured policies for retaining copies and backup files. In an ideal situation, the fast recovery area, guys, I want you guys to catch how they call it, right? Some books call it fast. You see here, they call it fast recovery area. That they'll tell you this. That F, some books will tell you that it means fast, and some books will tell you that it means flash. Flash. You're going to see both words, fast recovery area, flash recovery area. The flash recovery area will be large enough to store a complete copy of the database, plus archive logs. So they're telling us how should your flash recovery area be. That should be large enough to store a complete copy of the database and archive logs and incremental backups that will be necessary to recover the copy, plus multiplex copies of online radiolog files and control files. So all those files, guys, you got to make sure your flash recovery area can hold those files. It's big enough. The database backup routines should also include backing up the fast recovery area. So when you write your backup strategy, you have to include backing up the fast recovery area to tape, thus implementing a strategy of, guys, catch me these words here. A strategy of, just hold on, strategy of primary, secondary, and tertiary. So what is a primary storage? And what is the secondary storage? And what is the tertiary storage in backup? Guys, they're given them here. We are told that primary storage is the live database. Your live database on disk is called your primary storage. And the secondary storage is a disk-based copy of the database plus files needed for fast recovery. That is actually your FRA in reality. Tertiary is long-term backups, usually on tape or cloud. S3, we're going to see S3. That's one of the things we do in AWS. Before Oracle Cloud, most people were backing up their databases to AWS. I wonder if anybody's backing yet to Oracle Cloud. So, hey, everybody, please mark this section for me, this tiny little section here that talks about your database backup routines. That it should back up, it should include backing up the fast recovery area. So you're backing up that fast recovery area, guys. You back it up either to tape or to cloud.
Space.
Yes. So this second method here is the FRA. That's that second method. The secondary storage is actually the FRA. Let's go to the next page and then we are almost done. Arman can manage the whole cycle, namely backup of database from primary. So Arman can manage that whole thing. back up your database from primary to secondary, and migration of backup from secondary to tertiary. Yep, that's the job of Arman, believe it or not. Arman can do that whole thing. Such a system can be implemented in a fashion that will allow near instant recovery following a failure, combined with the ability to take the database back in time. Yep. The fast recovery area can be reconfigured at any time without affecting any files within it. Okay, changes will apply only to files created subsequently. Okay, so it's good to know that. Archive log configuration. I think that's the last thing we're doing here, guys. What's the idea? Also multiplex archive log files. The database is, by default, created in no archive log mode. Everybody should know that. The transition to archive log mode is straightforward, but requires a downtime. So if you need to move your database into archive log mode, you must shut it down. And these are the 3 steps, just in case you're asked in your exam, for those who are interested to write. Shut down cleanly, start up, no mount mode, start up no mount mode, then issue alter database archive log, and that's it. Then you open the database. So basically it's 1, 2, 3, 4, of course. Once it comes in, it's good to you do a backup right away. Now, following the default installation, the archive logs will be written to only one destination, which will be the fast recovery area. So guys, take note of that. This is specified by an implicit setting of log archive -1 parameter, visible in the $, okay? All right. So how do we, if we need to enable archiving, what do we do? Let's see here. Select $, parameter. I'm looking at the select statement here. And select that from $, recovery file dest. Let me see where DB recovery equals that. Then the next select statement shows us how much space is available for in the FRA. Then the guy does alter system set DB recovery file dest equals 10 gig. So you can use up to 10 gigabyte of space in that location for backup related files. Then the next statement, it decides the location he wants to back up to. For him, it's he wants to back up in this location, U02 FRA. But for us, for our class, we shall be using slash or a back. As a matter of fact, just slash or a back, that's all. So once you, there's a folder in a database. Once you do that, from that point, Oracle will know what to do. We'll create everything else. Slash or a back. All right. Let me see if there's anything else. Next page. So after he ran those 2 commands, then the next thing he does is he does a shutdown immediate, and then does a startup mount, and then instance starts, alter database. No, before alter database open, there is alter database archive log mode. That's the key line right there. Then open a database, and then that's it. Okay, let me see here. Oops, one more tiny little line, then we're done with the page. And then we're gonna do, everybody's gonna put their database in archive lock mode tonight before you go. Fast recovery area, let me see here. Yes. There's a command, which I want everyone to put a star near it. Archive lock list. Everyone, put a star near that and circle me that command so you can remember it. Archive lock list. What does that command do? It shows a summary information about the archiving configuration, including that the database is running in archive lock mode and all of that stuff. That is a very powerful command. Everybody must remember archive lock list. Exam tip, our exam tip there says the change to archive lock mode can be done only in mount mode. So guys, only in mount mode, highlight that. Then, yes, any day after you put your database in archive lock mode, a full backup is essential. It's an essential step for the transition to archive lock mode. Following the transition, all backups made earlier are useless. That's why. The backup can be made while the database is open or closed, but until it is made, the database is not protected at all. And then an exercise, enable archiving. So that's it for the class, but we still got 15 more minutes, which I'll give you guys the steps to do two things. We will put our databases in archive lock mode. Then we would put them, we would configure the flash recovery area. Then we'll be ready to do a backup. Oh, then later on, I'll also give you guys steps. Instead of doing that exercise there, so you can configure, put your database in archive lock mode. So let me swing to that right now, get you guys the notes before I go. Before we close for the night. Just a second, guys. Just one more second. Where is that note? Where is that note? Just one more second. One more note. Where's my May class? May class. Cloud DBA class. Yes. Just a second. Let me find, what is that? Archive. How to transition a database in archive lock mode. Okay, I'll give you guys these steps here. And enable flashback. So this would help you with that transitioning.
But he referred to exercise 22.3, which doesn't exist. There is a figure 22.3, but no exercise. Exercise 22.3.
So I'll give you guys in the chat group right now, the Bing, give you guys an exercise, which I want everybody to take that exercise. Let's zoom through that exercise right now and put our database in. As a matter of fact, just hang on. Yep. Just hang on. Delete for everyone. No, I think I want to give another note. A note that we're going to use to put a database in archive lock mode, put a database in flashback mode, and configure the fast recovery area, and then start Arman backup right away. I think that's one we need. Just hang on 1 second. There's no point to break it up into little pieces, especially now that we don't have the time. We're running out of time. Just 1 second. Database for backups now. Dun, 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 dun. Just a second, let me get the real notes I'd like to share with this class. Let me see how many words, 2000, 2099. Just a second, guys, just a second. Just a second. 11G. You see my next one here. Yes, that should be the one. What database is this? This class T? Yes. All right, I've seen the one. We're going to start. This same notes would apply in any of our databases. So, and this I would send to you guys right now. Was doing with 11G, but later on we're going to swing to 12 and we're going to do everything. So I wanted to document this stuff. Everything you're doing, make sure you document it in your little daily diary so that when we go back to do it in other database, it is copy and paste. Copy and paste. But if you don't document, it's going to be a nightmare. If you have trouble documenting, you want to seek help right now. Somebody for us to explain to you and help you start. But if you progress, guys, remember it's you. You at the end of the day, you'll be alone. Okay. Everybody click on the link that I just sent. And you'll be on a note exactly like I am here now. Preparing the database for recoverability. To guarantee maximum recoverability for a database, A, configure the files system and database structure following OFA. Then we'll do all those things. B, configure the physical backup with Arman. And C, configure logical backup with DataPalm. All of that is inside this little document. And we would start right here. And later on, I'll give you guys the same document in Evernote. So with Evernote, you can save it and just change things at will. But this one here is here so that I can edit as we go along. So everyone, if you're with me, What do we do first? Make the necessary directories. I have everything in there. Then we're going to install something called yum. Yes, I would like everybody to do that installation now, and I'll show you guys how to configure that later on. I'll skip it anyway, but we need to put yum in there. So everybody, swing to work right now. Copy and paste. It's absolutely nothing new in this whole thing. Everything there we have done.
Hey, Prof. Good evening.
Yeah, who's that?
Louis.
Oh, Luis. Long time.
Yeah.
Long
I
time.
put the message on the group so you can add me to your new class. So in case you have a question, you can ask me.
Yeah, you're supposed to be there already. You
Oh,
never,
I'm not in the group.
okay, you never joined, huh?
I didn't join the start, yeah. No, Louisa said you moved them to another group. I guess I joined the first one.
No, I'm talking of this class.
No, I'm not in this new class.
LOUI. Louis. Okay. And so guys, everyone is okay. Let's do this together. I don't want somebody to be left behind right now. Everybody get your machine, and you, since you are not with us in class, if you can share your screen into two, or you have two screens, that's cool. So do that. Like I don't have two screens, so I have to, yes, I have to split mine so you guys can see. So if you start right from the beginning, people, right from the beginning, switch user to root, and you're going to make some directory just in case they're not there. That's all. Everybody do that. Everyone, right now. So like for me here, I will do the switch user, root 11. I'm logged in. And that yum install thing, I don't have to do it. As a matter of fact, you guys can skip that. That could take forever. Later on, I'll give you guys some notes on how to configure an email, your machine to be like an email server. So now, next one, make directory. I'll copy that. Maybe just copy the two of them and paste them just in case. Boom, I'm done with that little piece. Then I go to the next one. My next one, why did I have that there? Offline backup. That next line, yes, I would say this. I'm going to ask you guys to skip the line that says that offline backup. I know I don't do that anymore because we would be doing, as a matter of fact, you know what? Yes, let me, where's format here? Paragraph, no, format text. Strike through, yes. Any part I see means draw lines through means skip that.
What's the password?
Password for what?
For root.
Root 11.
Thank you.
So I copy the rest down here and paste it. If you don't understand something, then you can ask. But otherwise, this whole thing is copy and paste. Copy and paste all the way. Anybody needs help, you better complain so we can log in and help you now, not tomorrow. Step number 2. Who's on step number 2 now?
I am.
I am.
Good. K Muma, what step are you on? Kika. Kika Muma. What step are you working on now? Okay, I will do this right now. Any person who's still online with us, I want everybody to, let's all work now like a class. Everybody is gonna open their own camera. We all open our cameras. You see me, I see you. You don't want me to see you, you might as well get offline, right? Let's all see each other. Please, let's all open our camera so we can work together. The hands-on time, we should be talking now. And we all know where we are, everybody. Zeus. Okay, yeah. Okay, I can see Mr. Piccolo, I can see Abu, everybody. We should all be visible. Any person who doesn't want to be visible, I will kick you, I will just knock them off the system, as simple as that. You don't have to give
Prof, we don't see you.
You don't see me, you see me.
Oh, okay.
Actually, just now that I realized that my camera was off. I actually thought it was on.
Oh.
So everybody, if you don't want to be with us, that is fine. We don't need you. But I just want, it's past time. I just want those who want to work with me, we can see each other, we'll smile, we'll work together.
Prof.
Yes.
Number 2, I run a CDs $sign Oracle home, and it's telling me that no such file on directory.
But you can't. Oh, okay. You run a root. You run as root.
You run it as root?
Yes.
You should use your, how long have you been doing Oracle? How could, does root have anything to do with $sign Oracle? No. It actually tells you up here someplace, right? Up here. Us, the Oracle user. Run that stuff. Jesus.
It says the same thing for me, Prof.
You take those snapshots and try preparing them sometime. I think I shared something.
Exit root.
Just
hit root.
Exit root. You see exit root.
We run it as Oracle. Okay.
For example, like for me now, I did the same mistake that Abu did, and I executed those as root. And if you do that, it becomes really, really, really challenging, because as you go further, root, you will not be able to do a lot of things. Now I need to remove some files, because no, I need to change owner.
We're not exiting root, bro.
You have to. Yeah, you're following this thing here, not my screen.
Yeah.
Follow that document. What I'm saying is I just did something there.
Oh my God, I already ran these other ones as root.
So watch me now, I did the same thing. So I have to try to fix it now. Otherwise, nothing will work later. See, I do change mode, right? I have to look at those scripts again. Where are they? Are there so many? I hope not. Yeah, you can see them here, right? All of those scripts. As you see this, right? This is what I'll do now. See, I just copied, listen, I have up here that way I did change owner. So I copy that change owner. Then I'm going to run these things back down here. You see all of these guys? Change owner minus R. I'll just run them one by one now. Because I did the same thing you just did.
So you're still connected as root?
Yes, because I created them like root. So I did now to change owner.
So what did you add behind the change owner, bro?
What? Are you seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Isn't that change owner here? Then I go copy the thing that I executed as root, because I did this as root instead of Oracle. So I have to painfully fix it now. If I don't fix it, nothing is going to work. Things going to fail. You see that I'm just copying and pasting now. So one of those little mistakes can keep you all night trying to fix something that you're supposed. Oh, as a matter of fact, let me do it all the way from here. See, like this now. Huh? And if you don't change it correctly now, too bad. Like this guy right here, I gotta do it all the way to, yeah, that whole thing. Oops, see, I did that one wrong. I did not put a space. I need to go space. Good. So by so doing, I fixed that problem. Hopefully. If not, when things start to fail, I'll know that is because I did not switch user. I did not, oops, where am I? I did not do the right exit. Okay, I've exited my thing. So now I'll continue. I don't even have to, anyway, but sitting to this location, you remember that's where you have your init.aura. Your SP file is in that directory. So I just switch over so that I can see it. Okay. Then now save the current parameter file. If you want to see whether you're using an SP file or a P file, if you do this statement, it should give you, oops. If you run that statement, it should tell you. You see, we are actually using an SP file. And it is inside Oracle Home DBS. That's all that statement shows you. So now, for me to do a backup, because I'm going to do some changes right now, so I need to save. You see, I had a date here before. Let me see if I could change that date for the. Often when you're doing this, you change the date. Mark it so you can recognize it. And the best thing is to put a date by it. So let me do this so maybe everybody will have the same thing. So I'll change that date to July. So change that date to July _ 21. No, 20. And I do, how many times does it appear? 3 times. So I do replace all. So I'm changing it so you guys will also have the new change. So I'll create a P file and see I'm calling the P file a specific name from my SP file. So I copy that line, run it, it should work seamlessly. Then I could just do the same thing like that. It used to give me the same thing. Why did I create 2? Are they the same name? Looks like, right? Yes. And in other words, I was saying you can just create it like this. Init. Oh, no, this one I created that in a different location. I see. Yes. So create that. So I've backed up my SP file in 2 different locations. Then change the date for the P file. This creates, okay. Why? Okay, that was just a note. Leave right here, say note. That is just a note. Okay, so, and I go down. Now, guys, next part, change parameters directly in the SP file. I hope we all know what this, let me see, what were we doing here? Step 2, edit parameters. Change directly in the SP file. Yeah, so the next step, this one here is to configure OMF. Just in case I didn't have it, but I'll just do it now. We all know what OMF is. Oracle manage files. If you don't, you better go back and read something before you go further and not knowing more. Then I'm going to set my log archive destination number 1. I'm putting it in U04. What goes here? Scope equals SP file. So that one can be altered directly. And I'm setting in number 2 inside U05. So I'm setting them in 2 different places. So my archive log files will go in 2 different places. Even though the bad thing here is I did not let, I'm supposed to send some archive log files to my RFA, which I haven't, which is a bad idea. But later on, I'll show you guys how to do that. Boom. Then alter system set. Now I'm setting my log archive format. How would my archive log files be given? I showed you guys this in the textbook just now. And my log archive, their names will end with .arc. That's what that line does. And I run that smoothly. Using the show parameter command, check if the parameters changed. Guys, to check, what do? Remember, everybody should know show parameter. Now I can do show parameter log archive format. It should give me, that's my log archive format. Oops, and notice it did not change. You know why it didn't change? Because it is scope equals SP file. So until it bounds, it's not going to change. That's the whole thing there. That's cool. But I know I need to start the database somehow. Should I use RMAN with recovery catalog or not? These are just some notes for you to read that I put in there. Steps to configure RMAN with no recovery catalog. So we're going to do RMAN, but we're not going to use the recovery catalog. After changing those parameters, now I need to put my database in archive log mode. Is shut down immediate. Must shut down a database cleanly. A clean shutdown is shut down immediate or shut down. So after it shuts down, I'll do startup mount. Then after that, alter database archive log mode, and that's it. My database will now be in archive log mode. By the way, before I do that, if you guys are watching, let me type that command I told you guys, archive log list. See what archive log list shows you. What? Oh, I did shut down already, right? Let me just type startup again. When it starts up, I'll do show archive log list, and you guys see what it shows. Or rather, just archive log list. It's not showing it. If I do archive log list, watch what archive log list shows you.
No archive.
It says you don't have, there's no archive, you are not in no archive log, you are in no archive log mode, and automatic archival is disabled, even though your archive log destination could be U05 ... and log sequence number 166, and the current log sequence is 167. So, but let's do shutdown. Shutdown immediate. Once the shutdown immediate happens, then I'm going to start up mount alter database archive log. That is how you put your database in archive log mode. Startup mount means, guys, I'm connecting to the control files. It will read the control files and all of that, but the database will not open. So now I can now put the database in archive log mode from here. So just by doing that, boom, alter database archive log. That database is now in archive log mode. Then I can open the database for use now. Or let me run that little wizard statement, archive log list. Notice that?
Yeah.
Enabled, and I'm now in archive log mode, database log mode, archive mode. Now I can put my database for use by everybody. Boom. So that opens the database, and now my database is running. That's archive log list. Then now if I need to use dynamic performance views to see stuff, I can select the archiver from $$ instance. It shows me that archive started. Guys, because remember, if I do describe $$ instance, it gives me this, you see archive state. Which one did we even say? Archive.
Active state.
Where's archiver thing?
Instance name.
Instance name, host name, start time.
Archiver.
Right.
Okay, right here. Yep, that's the archiver thing. Tells you that started. So let's go back here. So now, guys, and if I want to check if I have flashback, if my database has flashback turned on to produce a flashback log, no. See flashback on, no. I'm in archive log mode, but I don't have flashback. What do we use flashbacks for again? Who remembers? Who did flashback?
But recover in some time in the past.
Not recover, no. Not really recover though. You can rewind the database back in time using flashback logs. It's not recovery. You can use it to do flashback query. It has a lot of uses. We did that in class, guys, right from day one. From day one, when we did this table, this thing here. Let me see if I can show you guys that. Guys, from day one.
When queries that return past data?
Yes. When we studied, and we did, where's our OFA thing? Was it OFA? Architecture. What? My computer is tired. Telling you.
Even you, sir.
Yeah, I'm tired. I'm really tired. Corner. How come it didn't show anything? That is weird. Open a picture and it showed nothing. Huh. What? Okay. When we did this diagram, I showed you guys flashback logs right here. See flashback logs written by the recovery writer from the flashback buffer. So we need to turn on, right now we don't have, these logs are not being produced. And these logs are produced in the flash recovery area or fast recovery area. So we need to turn on that background process. So for example, guys, just watch this. If I am here, if I go exit and I do PS minus EF pipe grep, let me type, what is that? Recovery right, RV. No, that didn't show me much. Grep, yeah, I don't like any of those RVs. Okay, let me type SMON. You notice here, so I have two SMONs. So then I have two databases running. This one here is just the command that I executed. So I have two things with SMON. So there's a database called class T, database called BT there. But there's nothing with recovery right now. So let's go back in. Oops. Yeah. Okay, I'm back in. Now, guys, this is how you turn on. Let's go see. Check parameters. Wow, why come I did that? Select there and I did not turn it on. Flashback. Okay, just hold on. Let me go see. Let me see the parameter to turn it on. I know I have it somewhere. Very close. Very, very close. Nope. Where's flashback? I didn't put it here. Just 1 second, guys. Database, why did I do that? Flashback mode, that's just a query. You can turn flashback on or off without having to restart the database. I don't have it here. Just 1 second, guys. 1 second, 1 second. Yep, after that query, I'm supposed to have it. Just 1 second. Okay, let me look on my other screen. I think I must have accidentally deleted a note from here. Right. Just 1 second. Let me check on in my Evernote. What happened to that statement? Hey, everybody go back to your own. Start to work on your own while I come. Work on your own and I'll be right there, guys. I'll be right there. Flashback on. Yeah, that's how you turn it on. How come I didn't have it where it should be? Yeah, I have it way down. Why is it right down on step 5? Okay. I have it further down, further down. It's still in the note, but it's way, 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 way down. Yeah, why did I have that stupid statement up there? Select archiver, log archive mode, archiver, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, let me just keep going. So guys, show parameter. Remember, all these things are all, there is something also called blockchain tracking. Who remembers what blockchain tracking is? Right now it's disabled. Who remember the purpose of blockchain tracking? It is this, guys. Watch here. Let me explain this so you look. So we've seen flashback logs we have to enable. Very simple. Then there is blockchain tracking, which is this guy, CTWR, change track writer. Copies from the CTWR buffer in the large pool to a CT file on disk or on a disk drive. See, there's a CT file. It's like a small data file. It writes the address of all blockchain since the last backup inside. Okay, so that one is not turned on. Hey, who knows the purpose of that again? I just come out, that's showing the purpose. Why do we have to keep track of blocks that have changed since the last backup?
Or
to improve performance of backups?
Yes, improve performance of backup. You don't want to get backup to run faster, so that when you crank up RMAN to backup again, only RMAN will read that file and it will know all blocks that have changed since the last backup, and RMAN will go straight to the address of the blocks and copy the blocks instead of scanning through all data files. So that improves backup performance and database performance in general. Therefore, that must be turned on. You see here is disabled. So this step was just to see. Okay, so now, step number 4, check parameters. Remember the show parameter thing, who really cares? Now it's just to see. Step number 5, turn on blockchain tracking. This is how you turn it on. Alter database, no, this is how you disable it. Alter database, disable blockchain tracking, just in case it exists. So to turn it on, it is alter database, enable blockchain tracking. Then it will be put in some default location, which we may not like. So we want to put it in a specific location so we know where it is. So we're putting it in U03 or a data class T. I will call the file blockchain tracking.trc because it's a trace file. So I'll copy that line, run that bad boy. It says beam altered. So if I do that select statement, now it should show me the file name. It says enable. It shows me how big the file is. It's about 11 megabyte or something. Yep. So that's the statement I just executed. Good. Then now, step number 5, configure. Do I have 2 5s? No. Configure the fast flash recovery area. Remember, I saw somewhere they call it fast in the book, right? The book call it fast recovery area. So call it flash recovery area. So maybe I could have done this slash fast. Since some people call it fast recovery area. So if I do show parameter DB recovery file des, that is where the backups shall be going to. String, nothing. See, it doesn't show me anything. The size, 0. So there's nothing in it. So I'm now going to set it. I'm going to give it a size of 20 megabyte or 20 gigabyte, and I'll set it to be order back. And I copy this bad boy and I run it. Just configure that. But now, alter database flashback on, guys. This is how you turn flashback on. Alter database flashback on, as simple as that. So, hey, but let's, yes, that one is, you cannot do show parameter to see that one because you don't do set. So if I, oh, what was that statement? Hold on. This is where I should have that select statement. I've had that select statement in the wrong place. Just 1 second, guys. Where's that select? How the select statement? Yeah, just hang on 1 second, guys. I know I had the select statement someplace. Someplace. Where was that? Yeah, was this select statement here? That's the select statement that actually shows you that. So if I do that, you see if flashback on, no. So to turn it on, alter flashback on, good. So I want to put that statement here. So that now I can do this. It's altered. Now let me run that statement now. You see that, yes, flashback is turned on. Then how long do I want to keep the flashbacks? How long do I want to be able to roll my database backwards? You set it with DB flashback retention target. And that number means 7 days, I think. And that one means 2 days, because it is in minutes, I think. Is it? No, it's in minutes. So let's do that. So if I set that, bada bing, it's that for me. So that is how long I'll keep my flashbacks, for 7 days. Good. Then let's go see the next thing. Set to set back the default value. Hey guys, if you decide to like I just said, this guy, if I want to set back the default value, I should do alter system set.
Commented that.
Yes, I don't give a size. So let me try that one and see. So I'll do alter system set DB retention. Watch that. Let me try that and see. Oops. No, it'll fail now. Sorry. Semicolon. Ha. Whoa. Where did I put that? No, it should actually be this. That's a mistake there. It should actually be that equals single quote. that?
Empty.
Is there space? I think so.
Yeah.
Double quote.
Mm-hmm.
Double quote. Just hang on 1 second. Me forgot that.
Of mine, the auto.
Wait. Why is it failing? Set that equals that. Hang on.
Reset or reset.
No, it's not that. That is not correct. Let me try something and see. Why would that one work? But then this one. Now let me try. Let me set the other one back. Show parameter. Now shows me nothing. Oh, DB size. Okay, she shows my 20 gig. That's cool. I wanted to set back that to. I don't want to set it to 0. I wanted to go to default value because I did it without checking the default value, which is not a big deal. Nobody's going to ask you. But the big thing is to know how to turn it on, which was. Let me go back. This one. That's our 7 days one. Yeah. Okay, don't worry about that. I'll find out how to reset that. So after setting that, test Arman backup. Guys, when you do that, right? When you finish that, what did we set up? I want you guys to see the things we just set up through this document. Through this document, what we did was, Migos, how to put your database in, prepare your database for backup. So the first thing we did was we edit the SP file, the instance parameters, and we set, no, that's up there, we're doing nothing. We configured DBA, we configured OMF, we set archive log destination, and we set archive log format. So we set 2, but you don't have to set 2. We set 2 just because we're trying to multiplex, okay? We set the format, the way the file should look like, that's what it is. Then after that, we put the database in archive log mode by simply doing a shutdown and startup mount and alter database archive log. That's it. The database gets into archive log mode. Then after it gets into archive log mode, the next thing we did was, now we have a database in archive log mode. Then our next thing was we enable block change tracking. We turn on block change tracking. Okay, turn on. So this thing is turn on or enable block change tracking. So that's what we did. So enable block change tracking. And after that, what do? We turn on fast recovery or flash recovery by setting the DB recovery file des size and DB recovery file des. And guess what? If you don't set the size first, you cannot set the destination. They must go in that order. Then after we did that, the next thing we did was we turned on, where did we turn on? We turned on flashback. So guys, listen.
That didn't work for me.
We turn on, because you did not set flashback and the other things. We turn on, guys, we turn on archiving, we enable archiving, we enable block change tracking, and we enable flashback. Those were the 3 main things we did here. Then we can now test Arman backups. Simple. This is how you invoke Arman, guys. Way easier than even SQL Plus. Very simple. It is Arman target / if you have just one database and you log in, you're right inside Arman. Then while inside Arman, you could just do backup table space. You give the table space name and it will back it up for you. Watch that. Boom, backs up my table space. See how fast it is? And it tells us this. The backup went to Orabac class T backup set with the date of today. That's where that data file is. If I drop that data file right now, I can restore it from this backup. Okay? If I drop that table space, or if that table space got mixed up now. So I could try this. I could do, no, let's just stay here first. Now that I've done my backup, if I want to see my backup, is one command, list backup. I do list backup, it shows me that's the file we just backed up. See, so just back up that data file. When you back it up to a backup piece, the backup piece is, see the name of the backup piece. It has OM01MF. That's like the same as Oracle managed file names. Then it gave blah, blah, blah around it. Who cares? Okay. Then it gave it a tag. A tag is like a license plate, just a nickname. We call it tag something something. Compressed? No, it's not compressed. Now, if I need to delete backup, I simply type delete space backup. Ask me, do you really want to? I say yes. Now it's gone. So if I do list backup again, where's my list backup? If I do list backup, it will tell me that there's nothing. See that? List backup, it's nothing to be listed. Then, so that's it about backup, guys, believe it or not. Then, but watch this. This is the coolest part. If you want to see all your Arman configurations, it's show all. These are your Arman configurations. We're going to learn all of this when we do Arman. Remember, we haven't done Arman. I think Arman is the next chapter. So we can do that. Okay. So that's it. That's it. Oh, and then by the way, this backup right now, when we back up, information about the backup is written inside the control file and kept there for 7 days. But if we want that information to be kept for a longer period, we'll go increase control file record keep time from 7 to 21. So for example, no, that's SQL Plus. If I do this, show parameter control file record keep time, 7 days. That's the default value. You see this in your Oracle exam. Default value is 7 days. If I need to increase that number, I'll do this. So it keeps my backups more than 7 days. So say I want to make it 21. I can do that. Now if I do show control data, it should be 21, as you see here, 21. So so by doing that, my control file will get a little bit bigger because it keeps all the metadata about backups in the control file. Okay, so that is what they call Arman and backing up the database physically. It backs up the physical files, while Dataform backs up the logical database, like create table, create user, create this. That is what Dataform backs up. But this guy backs up the data files, the control files, the read log files, the archive log files. That's what the Arman backs up. So they do like two opposite things. Each one has its purpose and place. Okay, so that is the part of our class where we are right now. And I want everybody to go home, play with this, put your database in archive log mode. Then, but the most important thing that you guys are supposed to be doing is actually control. We're supposed to multiplex our control files, which is the exercise in the textbook But to help you out of that, let me send you, let me get a document. Let me check here, multiplex. Okay, let me go search. Let me search for, I need someone note to send to you guys on how to multiplex those Readulog files. Our control files are multiplex already because they are like control 1, control 2, control 3, something like that. Multiplex. No. Redu. Why can't I find my multiplex Readulog files? Just a second. I gotta give you guys that before you all leave. So now, guys, this is the time to do some real serious hands-on work.
Yeah, Prof.
Yes.
Yeah, quick one. Let me take you back a little bit. You see, we created the directories under root user instead of Oracle user. So as root instead of Oracle user. So you said we should, if we go back and just create it.
No, you cannot create it again. You must only do change owner now. If you did that, you got to go do change owner. Root has superpower. So root is something Oracle cannot delete it.
Okay.
So go now. There's a line at the top there that says change owner. Take that line, you put it in front of where you did make directory. You run it.
Okay.
That is the only solution you have right now.
Oh, so you put it in front of all of them and then run it one by. Okay. That's it.
Yes. Copy them out, put them in Notepad++, and then you change make directory to that whole change owner thing, all the way to DBA, something like that.
Right.
There's an example right at the top of that.
Okay.
And if you don't do that, you won't be able to do your backups. You won't be able to do anything.
Sir.
Yes.
Please, I got lost somewhere around step 5.
Is it an error? Tell me the error.
Yeah, the author statement. The author statement that has 7 days and 2 days. When I run it, it gives me error. I'm sure you edited it. I didn't catch it.
What is it doing? Read the statement. You should know what it's doing.
Gives me error, invalid character.
What is the statement doing?
Okay, the author. I said the author statement. The author statement that has 7 days and 2 days.
It's altering what?
Author DB underscore flashback retention.
Yeah, you say that. You don't just say author statement that has. I'm not seeing your thing, right? There's so many statements there. So read the entire statement. Say the statement is doing this.
That's it.
Yeah, but are you wrong? Anyway.
Bro, I told you I got stop the auto database flashback on. And I run the select log mode.
Select is just to see, right?
Select log flashback on from.
Remember this. Remember this. Select does nothing in your database. Select is to visualize, to take your eyes and see something. So
I also did the auto system set. I did that too.
Okay.
And then Prof, last one.
Did that give you an error? Or what's the problem?
Yeah, it gave me an error, bro. It says error line 1. On it, unable to create flashback file name. Unable to initialize.
Maybe you missed something. Yeah, you must be missing something as simple as that.
Forward slash.
You're missing something. To find out what it is. Something is definitely missing. So just 1 second, I'll give you guys these notes. Readulog multiplexing, add a member. This note should help you be able to fix that problem that you guys have. Everybody run down that thing and get to the point where you, at least you test Arman. Then you stop there.
Use the document.
Still got a step 5.
So should we stop at Arman or stop at where you stopped?
When you do it, go test. Once you test the backup thing is running, then you can stop there.
Yeah, I did already, and I did stop at where you did delete
Good.
backup.
Then the next thing you should do is you do this one right here that I'm sending. You need to follow these notes and you multiplex. Or, as a matter of fact, yes, multiplex your radio log files. Let me send you a note. Send you guys a note. Because that was the exercise in the book. So you read the exercise in the book, you could just run statement, but the main statement I'm sending to you is here. So who needs Luis? Luis Abenega is gone.
Bro. With the shell script, if you run it and then your it puts up a permission denied error. What comes?
What? How you running it? Who's running it?
Oracle.
It's a permission denied. Yeah, because that you're supposed to do that thing now as root, right? You did that stuff as root, so you must do it as root. You cannot be running it as Oracle, please. Oracle cannot go change permissions for files.
No, I'm not talking about the permission. If you run it
once you see permission denied, know one thing: you don't either the file has no permissions or you have no permissions on the file.
Okay.
Then you give it permission. You check who owns the file. Okay. If root owns it, then only root can give you permissions. If you own it, then you can change the permissions.
Cool.
When I say you, I mean you, however you are connected.
Gotcha.
So I sent you guys this other note, which will help you radio duplexing, multiplexing, add a member. So you got to read that note, at least read some of these things, guys. Don't be sloppy. You really got to spend some time and carefully look at this thing if you want to study. But if you do this thing sloppily, at the end, as they say, somebody would know that you did not do it seriously. So if you get in, you could read every line on this thing, even black or yellow or blue, so you understand it and you understanding what you are doing. So that is that the notes here is now to see that I have just one member per group, yes, and I have 3 members, so I need to go do something. My goal is to duplex them, make it 2 members here. So if I run that statement, this statement, everybody watch my screen now, so when you get to this, you know what to do. Running this statement here tells me this. My radio log files are stored in this format. Radio log, rather U0123, and it's radio log 1, radio log 2, radio log 3. If I need to make radio log, if I need to duplex this one now, so it is 2. Duplexing so that if one gets bad, we would still have 1. If I need to make these things 2, then I must make them 1A and 1B. And this other one will be 2A and 2B. And this one will be 3A and 3B. You want to maintain consistency in naming. So I'm going to change, in other words, I'll end up dropping this one and I create a new one. I call it radio 01A.log and another one radio 01.b. Now somebody tell me something. It's in U01. Assume that this is a drive, a mount point. Would it make sense if I put 1A and 1B on the same mount point?
Contention.
Would it make sense, people?
No. Because if one,
contention is not a problem.
yes, but if one dies, both will die on the same drive.
Yes, if this drive dies,
yeah,
I lost both of them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, Bio?
Yes, sir.
Melvis, are you hearing?
Yes, sir.
Listen, this is like one hard drive. Think of your machine. Like you have a hard drives on your machine. They call the mount points here. And the main mount point here is this /U01. Then inside we'll have that folder, I'll have that folder. And that file is inside that folder. So if I keep 1A and 1B inside the same location, then it is not multiplexing. Because the purpose of multiplexing is so that if that whole drive dies, I still have a radio log somewhere else. Or if somebody even enters and deletes that folder and everything in it, I still have it somewhere else. Or if somebody deletes even other data completely, my file is still somewhere with my database changes in it that I can use to do recovery. Therefore, if I use U01, maybe I want to put number 2 in U02. That's the whole purpose. Then if I go now to radio log file number 2A, let's say the A is here, maybe I want to put the B here. Then if I go to radio log number 3, if I leave radio log 1A here, I may put radio log 1B here. You must change their locations. Otherwise, it makes no sense and no purpose. So, knowing that, you're going to hold on this information. You got to keep that information secret or sacred. So that's how come you see I put it here in brackets. Then I say add. I'm adding my new files. And by the way, from this statement here, I now know that my radio log file is
nice.
Yeah,
nice.
That size, like 50 gigabytes in reality. So now what I can do is I'll keep that same group, but I'm now going to add one member to each group using alter database add log file. So you see this? So right now I'll do alter database group 1 U03. But if I look here, see this is my group 1. It's in U01. So I'll put this other file here. That's cool. I could put it here. That's fine. So, but I'm adding that one in U03. So I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't worry to change this now, as long as it's somewhere else. But all the same, I know I'm going to drop this one anyway because of that name. So, but watch this. So I copy this bad boy and run it. It's created. So if I run that select statement again, now you see 2 members. You guys see that? So group 1 has 2 members now. Does that make sense, Melvis? Everybody unmute your thing now and let's be talking now, or you go to sleep. Mute your thing, put on your camera, or you go to sleep. Well, I'll send you this, you can do this now on your own. So, I now add group 2. I'll put that in U04. Why am I using U04? Okay, I don't care. Then group 3, I put it on U02. I don't care. I'll just do it that way. You could arrange them any way you want, but you don't want the same ones on the same place. Good. So now if I do that select statement, now you can see they all have two members each, but the names are wrong. So I'm going to drop those other members. That's what I would do. So watch this. So how to drop a member that doesn't have the correct name? That's the main thing here. So let me do this. Let me run that select statement. You know, I did not put the output here. I run that select statement. Whenever I see a select statement, make sure you run it by itself. So you can see here, see this one has the wrong name, that one has the right name. So I'm going to drop just this ones that don't have the A or the B. Then I'm going to add their number B's. I don't know, I see I started with B, so I'm going to add their A's. Okay, so guys, watch this. Let me see, what's my statement here? Just once, oops. Alter database. Hold on, let me bring the real document itself, so I can change some few things as I go along. So we are down. Let me make this a little bit bigger, guys.
Log file group.
Okay. See, we are, where are we? Where are we? Okay. Okay, we are right here. Good. So I did that statement that was all on its own. We kind of make that a little bit different, so you guys, when you get there, you can see. Okay, those two statements are by themselves. Then alter system archive log all. Who knows what that statement does? It's going to archive all the log files, save everything. Then alter system archive log current. It's going to archive even the current log file. Then alter system switch log file. As a matter of fact, before doing this, I could have loved to run this statement first. I want you guys to watch this carefully. If I run that, I notice this is the current one. You guys see that?
Yeah.
And this one is inactive. Inactive means I can drop it. I can drop those ones right now. Frankly speaking, that is what I should do. So in reality, this statement, we should put that statement up here. You should run that statement first. So if you run that and you see it looks like the one that I have here. Let me put that just below it. Let's say you run it and you saw that your thing looks like, make it a different color. It looks like that. Now what we can do is we can drop this, any member here we can drop.
Inactive.
Okay. And how do you drop that? Since I know them already. See, these are the ones I need to drop. I need to drop, see, from here, active. The one that's inactive here is number 2. So I need to drop this guy. This guy can go right now. So I can take that guy and I do alter database.
Drop log file memo.
Yes, drop log file, redo log 2. Yes. We put it right there. So that guy I can drop. That will go easily. Is required to form a valid log. Oh, you know why? Because the other one has not been used at all. That's why. Oh, now I see why I did hold on one second. I think that is why I did all of these things here. Hold on. Let me run all of this. See now active. So that one is needed. That one is needed. So right now,
drop 3.
No, you cannot. You cannot drop any. Because listen, this one is the current one. This one is active. This one is needed for recovery. This one is needed for recovery. So sometimes it might be so bad that all you can do is shut down and start up. Shut down and start up. Or sometimes what we do is you can create like six groups. Then you drop the first 1, 2, and 3, and you fix them carefully. So, but just 1 second. So this one it gets a little bit tricky. How it just depends how you want to work with it.
You want to add the group?
You know what? I can even add this group because the names are very different. You see this? The names are very different. I can drop them. I can add them, but I know there's some that I have to drop. So for example, yeah, I can add all of this. They will see add because the names are different. If I do that, notice that it does all of them. Then if I do that select statement, I will see so many, right? See, it's 3 members each, but we know there's a bad one there that we need to drop. You see, so now I have three members per group, but we know the ones that we need to drop. So and the trick to drop is it gotta be totally inactive. And part of it will be to do this thing over and over, this thing. So that they are all oops, what is running like that? Let me copy that again. Okay, yep. So let's run that select statement again. So I'm glad you guys are watching. So when you do it, no, you have to turn it over and over. See, current active. Frankly speaking, you know the best thing, David, is to do shut down immediate. So everything will be saved. Or just do this. Who remembers the fast way to start up a database? Start up force. Let's just start up force. It's gonna go down and come back up. Oop. Whoa, look at that. You guys know why? Because remember I was fooling around with this thing and I gave it a different size. That's why. Auto system set DB that equals, I think we did like 20 gig or something like that. Oracle not available. I am in trouble. Hey guys, this way now, right? Things may get so bad that I may have to use a different, use my other thing to start up this database.
No, Prof, you spelled the system wrong.
System.
Oh, I was gonna say what?
Yeah.
System. Thank you. So let's. Oh, but it will still not work. You know why? Because you see that bad boy right there. So we need to do start up. Let's do start up mount and see. Notice that. Because I remember playing with this thing, setting it to 0. Yes. And that was a bad idea. So on that one, it can never start if the size is 0. So cannot use
no more on the.
Okay. So now what happens? So what I may have to do is this. I may have to do alters. No. Let's do this. Alter system set that. There will say scope. Often when you're playing with that P file and the RadioLog files, you gotta be so careful.
Oh.
You gotta be so careful because especially in production, you better test it and you can just copy and paste with your eyes closed before you go try your production database. So I'll do scope equals SP file. Oracle not available. Okay. Let's do shutdown. Just shut down. Notice you say no lock in.
Yeah.
Idle instance. So.
No more.
Hold on. Okay. So now let's do startup.
No more.
Normal means we want to create new control files. Let's try startup mount.
And no more. Can we change this parameter when?
This is where Dave, you are in tight trouble if this ever day happens. Remember I told you before you touch the SP file, what do? You back it up first, right?
Yeah.
So I must if you're not careful, the only thing I may do now is to go start up this database with the old control file that I saved. Yes, but usually this is a bad thing to do. Before you change any parameter, make sure you save the old, you make a backup of the SP file. Then as soon as you change it, it's good to start up the database. Shut it down, start it up, make sure everything's working fine. So if it's not working fine, you better revert to the old SP file quickly.
But we have already created a P file from the SP.
Yes. No. Yeah, we created it, right? Yeah, we have it. So that's what I may have to do now. But when I do that, I have to go back and reset all my parameters that I set.
Oh.
So, but it's easy. So right now, watching this, what do I do? You do this. Guys, I want you guys to watch this carefully. Now I can type OERR, ORA space, and I give this number. Everybody watch this carefully. It will tell you what you should do. Okay. There are two possible cause of the error. The DB recovery parameter was in use when no DB file des parameter was encountered. That's true. An attempt was made to set DB file des with the Like action. Correct the dependency parameter initialization. Retry the command. Didn't tell me anything. I want a better answer than that. See, it didn't tell me anything. So now what I'll do is, let's see, cannot use, okay, what was the error again that we did when we did that? Oh, it said Oracle not available. You guys see that? And we tried to do startup no mount, and it cannot be startup mount, isn't it? Did we try startup no mount? That's everybody. Luis.
We did it, but
I need your help here. Yes. See, because if I log in, it's idle instance, so there's nothing. So if I do startup, let me tell you guys, if I do startup, you get that error, right? But now we do alter system. We try to do alter system set that parameter, and it tells us Oracle not available, right? Which means you can only set that parameter when the database is running. So right now, frankly speaking,
can you check the alert log? Let's see what.
Okay, let's look at the alert log, people. Everybody watch this carefully. Remember the alert log, mine is in my TRC folder. So if I do tail minus, let's get the last lines of the alert log. So it tells us communication with IP. It wouldn't, I actually shut down on my own, so it's not telling us anything much.
Yeah.
Nothing much. Cell IP, nothing. See, starting instance normal. Then it comes and it fails with that. It didn't even tell us anything about that particular error, but the error is displayed on the screen. Yes.
What if you try, because when you try to shut down, it says it's not logged in, so the database is not running.
Yeah, no, database is not up. Yes. See, database is not up. So when you're here, the only thing when you're here, the only thing you can do is type startup, and it will tell you that, right? When you start up mount, it will tell you that. Or, as a matter of fact, now let's try.
Can you do shut down abort if you will shut down?
Yes. No, there's no data. It's shut down. That's how come he said.
Yeah, that's why it's not doing it. Yeah, that's why.
So guys, let's try what David said. I'll do startup. No mount. Then we'll see if we can change that parameter. Okay. See, can we start up no mount because it's seeing that it's seeing that inside the parameter file. So now let's go. Listen. Let me see if I
Can you
can.
go to the OS level and change it manually?
That's what I want to do now. I want to show you guys that. What is, how do I go to that location again? Is it in me? Yes. So, guys, this is the SP file. It's, we do LS-LRT. This is the file it's using. I want you guys to watch something. I'm going to save that file and I'll try to, but we created this one today. If I use that one, it's going to start up. But then I will need to go and change back all parameters that I did today, which is easy. And that's why you document, David. Because if we documented smoothly, I can just go copy all of them and run them. You see that?
Yeah.
It will take me but 1 minute to do everything. But this is the lifesaver, that backup that we did. Okay, so now, but let's see something I've never tried. Let me try that. Something to tell you not to, I'll tell you not to do. See what I'm trying to do? I want to do VI to that thing, which is something that warn you not to do. You see that? You see what it looks like inside? Because it's a binary file.
Yes.
And the thing that is looking for is, where is that thing? Is this?
Control.
Listen, you change anything here, the file is gone, it's corrupted.
Yeah.
Very simple. But it's looking for, can I even see it?
It's looking for DB file dest.
Yes,
Okay.
DB file dest. Let's see if we could find it and force change it manually in here and see if the thing will still work. That's something I've never tried.
No,
the create file destination is U02.
No, the size.
No, we're looking for the fast recovery one. DB recovery file dest size. See, this is, see, we can see this, but we don't see that size on. You get the point? The size one that we set. What happens if I do this? Frankly speaking, I've never tried this, but I'm gonna try this and see if it works.
Yeah, add it to the parameters here.
I mean, I've never tried this. They tell you it's a bad idea to ever try. Underscore size equal 20 key. That's it. Ha. If it works.
Oh.
What?
Oh, the database instance failed to run.
Failed to turn on flashback.
Database.
So now the Netlock can help us with that. Hey guys, normally David, what we do is we do backup and everything before we get to playing with stuff like this.
Yeah.
But when it gets, you see, when it gets really bad, you can restore from a backup. You can restore SP file even from your backup.
Yes.
So let's go back here. I want to do tail minus 55 on the Netlock file. Let's see what's inside. The database instance failed to turn on flashback. Alter database open signal. Mount. So everything worked fine until when it was trying to turn flashback on. You get the point? And the thing now is, just try this. All right, guys.
It said because it said could not begin generation of flashback data because DB file is not set. So it's not still seeing it.
Wait, because what is not set?
It said could not begin.
Because, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay, that place is still, the area is disabled.
No, the one on top before the one you highlighted, the one on top before that.
Like here?
Yeah,
the
right.
recovery file dest is not set. Okay, so let's go back to
the SP file.
that location. Let me log back in. Now, see, now I can change them from here. So let me just go back to my notes and take it from there instead of doing it from scratch. Where is that thing? We're doing it from here. And the one in question is this. See, it's because I ran this thing. That's why. And I forgot to bring it back. So these are the two statements that I was supposed to run. Right. SP file requested, but no SP file is in use. You see that? Even though it started, right? It doesn't, listen, it knows that that SP file has been messed around with. How can it say no SP file when we started the database? Yes. See, SP file requested, but none is in use. Hey guys, just forget that. Let's do this. Let's do the right thing. Forget that thing. You don't do that with Oracle. Shut down immediate. When I do this shutdown, what I'm gonna, hey Zeus, did you find the scripts to do that too?
No, I wasn't sure.
Okay, I'll come look at them. And since it got to this point of the class, it's good to take the flashbacks. Otherwise, we'll be fixing machines too much. So now, guys, now that it's here, right? This is all we need to do. I do exit LL. I'll start this database using that bad boy right there. So I'll log in and I'll do startup file
So even if you're
equals single quote and I enter that name. It will look for it in that directory.
Oh.
So, even if you did startup.
Not really.
Oh.
No. Listen, we messed around with that P file and it doesn't like it. Then we could not change anything. This database instance failed to turn on flashback. Yes. So, because it did that, let's go back to alter database flashback off. See this? It's trying to do it from here. So I do off. I turn it off. Now I can do alter. No, just do create SP file. From
file name.
Yes, thank you. So I should do from that same statement.
That's right. Cool.
And now I can now do shutdown and start up. Shutdown immediate. So once it shuts down, I start up. Now it's using that SP file, and it's because I've turned off that flashback, none of that error would exist again. So start up. Documentation is a must.
Wanted.
So now that I've done that, the thing now is David, I have to go back to the beginning. Remember where I did that save? It was here in my notes, or was before here even. Where was that? No, not after that point. Yeah, where I did create P file. This is where I did that. So I have to, because I have all the notes, it's easy now for me to do it. I can just copy all of this, run it. That's done. Go to the next one. Now do shutdown immediate. And that one goes down. Bring this, run this whole thing. That one comes up. See, this is archive log, select. I don't care about those. Show, I don't care about those. This is where I should be. Let me do, what about show, yeah, alter database. Okay, just run this thing. It's already enabled, that's cool. Then I come here, Only the things that say alter, the select statements are just for me to see, so I don't really care about it. And yeah, run this one, I don't care. Boom. And as soon as this is done, David, it is good to save this SP file again into a P file.
Yes.
So that if things happen, you don't have to go back all over. So now, so I could have done this for you guys, but I failed doing this. No, just create a regular SP file. Where is that? So all I could have done is put this statement there. Where is that statement? Yeah, David, I'm just lazy to type, so I'm looking to copy. Just type that statement. So after I've done, okay, I've done that, done all of this. Yes. So after you finish doing this, it is really, really wise to do I'll do this. Save the current P file. But after you've done all of that, it is a good thing to start up that database. Because when you start it up, it goes down, comes up, that's when you know everything is fine. Okay? So I could have done something here, say, test by restarting the database. So you do shutdown, do a nice shutdown immediate.
Yeah.
Then you start up.
Yeah.
So just fire this thing and that one and see if everything works fine. If it doesn't work, then you can go back to your old, you could go back, fix the problem. So I'll say test changes by restarting the database. Good. So when that happens, now save the current SP file as a readable P file. That's when now you do, what is that, alter or create. Yes, so now we do create P file from SP file. Very simple. That's all the statement you need. Now we know we have that thing. If anything goes wrong, we can start the database with that one. Good. Good, 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 good. So with that, I would say, so with that one done, you guys, where I want you guys to, maybe you guys should focus on too is actually this one here. Because in this, hang on, let me see if I can make this thing bigger. Okay. We were actually here when we got into all kinds of trouble, isn't it? So let me do, where's the document itself? Okay, right here. So we were here. By the Bing. Now we know got some bad boys here to drop. And to drop those, let me do that select statement. Yep. Let's do that select statement, see who is ready for dropping. Inactive 1 and 2. So 1 and 2, so we could do U01, U011, alter, drop. U0, okay, group 2.
Remember
Group
that
2. Okay, so it's like this one. U02. Yep. Okay. So U02 Redulog2. So this guy could be a good candidate if we could get rid of it. Good. So that guy is gone. But what about the file itself? That physical file is still there, bet you. Who knows how to check if that file is still there? You can check by doing this. Host ls, no, host, let's do host ll, and we enter that file name to see if it shows up. Doesn't like it.
The cut off log.
You didn't copy everything.
Oh, okay. So let's do host ll long. Still doesn't like it. Host, okay, I know why. Let's do host ls minus l. Then we enter that full file name. Yep, that file is still there. You see that? Even though you drop it, the physical file is still there. So you know what you do? So you do host rm. Then you enter that file name. That removes the file. You know why? If you repeat this command, that file is there, is gone. So maybe for your sanity, for all of you guys, I'll put this here.
Oh, and what's to remove first?
So, oops. So that removes the file.
No, that's a list. That's a list.
Oh, that's a list, yeah.
You left out the one above.
So let's just do, yeah, let's just do host MV.
Oh, okay.
You see, every day we'll keep adding to these notes. By the time you know, the notes will be like a big book. Let's shift that far away so you don't copy and paste it, guys. So now, number one. And number one is U01 Redulog 1.
You could move, it will not delete.
Why? It's inactive. Group 1.
Remove.
No. That remove. Oh, I see what. No, listen. That remove was with this one now, my brother. Then now we are doing the next one, which is group 1. Let me change that 4 to 1. I know I don't have 4 there. And I change this to 1. So if I do that, I should drop that. And the bing dropped. You guys get the point? Let me put it up there and take it away from down here. So that, okay. So if that one is gone, same thing here. Now I can do host rm. Does that make sense, Chi? Is that Chi online? Boom, that one is gone.
Yeah, Prof.
Yeah, okay. So that one is gone too. Bing. Good.
Yeah, it's still.
Shift the whole thing in.
Yes, yes, sir. This line, the second line, it doesn't move it to what?
What, this second line?
Yeah, it doesn't delete really.
No, it removed the file.
No, before that.
This line? This line? It drops the thing from the database structure.
No. Let's go to the note.
Which line? This one? This?
No, the note. Yes.
This, okay.
Okay. Yes, right there.
Okay, that one we did remove the
second line.
The second line is host rm.
Remove
this one to remove the file that was just dropped.
2 line down. That one, yes. That's a move.
This one removed that file already. This one delete. That one got done already.
But the move doesn't delete. doesn't remove.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I see what you mean. Thank you. I didn't see that. Thanks, David. It should be RM. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. So now let's run a select statement again to look to see. Notice current. We must make this one to become inactive. And how do we do that? We have to force a lock switch. So we do alter system switch lock file. As a matter of fact, I like to archive and switch lock file at the same time. Then we do that select statement again. See, now it's active. This is when you must end up dropping something. But let's try to drop it when it says active, and let's see. Watch that. Let's try that.
You refuse.
That's number 3. Number 3 is
Drop.
Yep, is this one. Drop 3 U0. Was it in U03 for crying out loud? Let's see. Number 3. Yes, U03. So that's good. That's a good statement. So let's copy this. Let's run it and see if it's going to drop it. It's not. Oh, it's not a log file member. It doesn't know it. Okay, let's go copy the real name. We're trying to drop this guy. We copy the real name from there. Then I come to my notes and I delete that. Paste that one in there. And then good. Even though it's active, you know why? Because that thing has 3 members. See, it has 3 members, so you can drop one. I think even drop 2, but you cannot drop the last one. So then when that one is gone, so it is now that we do host RM, and we enter the name to delete that file because that file is still sitting in the hard drive. That's why we do that. Okay, so we are cool. Good. So, yeah, let me see, did I copy that? Yes, highlight that, come back here, go here, paste it there, and I just like to add this so you remember that that is to delete that file. Cool. So we are gone, man. We're done. We did this already. So if we run that select statement, that's what we need. Guys, watch that. So group 1 is in U03, U04, 1A or 1B, 1A. And the other one, U02, U04, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B. That is multiplexing or duplexing. They actually call this, it's more duplexing because there are 2 per group. Guys, and when I do that right, I'm done. If my goal was to resize the Regilog files, I could use this process here. But I didn't ask you guys to resize it, so you don't have to worry about this one. It means make them a bigger size or smaller size. You do this method here. So I just combine all of them here. So for example, if you select this, I want you guys to watch that. If we select that, our Regilog files are actually 50 megabytes big. Your assignment may be that I want you to make this thing 20 megabytes. So you have to deal with all of them, because they must all be the same size. So you know the best thing to do? The best thing to do is maybe create another 3, like group 4, 5, 6. Then you swing to it, then you drop all these groups, then you remake them again with the right size. That would be the easiest thing to do. I think like if you see in this document, I think in this document, that's what I did. I created, yes, I started by doing this. Alter database, where was that? Well, I looked at the sizes first. Then I ran this to see, okay, names and their locations. Then I did make directory. I made some directory somewhere. Then watch this statement. I was going to teach you a statement like this maybe tomorrow. Watch what that statement does. If I run that statement, it does all the move for me. So I could just run that easy. As a matter of fact, I could even add host. That's what I didn't even think about. I could put host right in front of this. So I can run it from inside this thing. So in other words, I come here and I do something like this. Let me see. Come here, paste it, and I do this host. So add that host. So if I run that statement, guys, this thing here is called concatenation. It's chapter 8 in your textbook. Well, I'll swing back to it, just talk about it. This just select statement, but you can concatenate. Concatenate means join. So we're joining this to that output of that column. So watch this now. If I run that thing, it gives me my whole statement. If I just copy this and run it right from SQL Plus, it's going to move this file to this location. As simple as that. Okay? But that's something we would, as time goes on, you come to understand them much better. So, but all the same, guys, this is, if you need to resize, we're going to have a project down the line to resize our RegioLog files. That is when now I'll remind you to come back to this document and do this and follow these steps. Very simple. Not that complex, not at all. So, but all the same, guys, we have our RegioLog files multiplex or duplex. We have our control files duplex. We have our archive log files duplex, and we are ready to go.
You didn't see the control file.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't see the control files, right? Yes. So
you select all from a $V control file.
Yes. So often, David, I like to start with describe, so I make sure I have it correct. Mm-hmm. Yes, so that's correct. So now I can do select name from $$ control file. So there goes our control files. And see here they have file size in blocks. Let's try that and see. So we can do select name, comma, file size, and we do from. Yeah, that's how big they are. See, they're all the same size. Control files are typically all the same size. Okay, so so our control files are multiplex in different mount points. So that's cool.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Then let's do show parameter.
Control file.
No, well, if you want that, yes, could actually do control. See, there's control file record keep time. How long you want to keep your backup information. Then control files to give you all their names and locations. Then control file management access, that's for some other monitoring stuff. But the one I was looking for was to see the archive log destinations. So show parameter. How many archive log destinations could there be, guys? 30. So that's up to 30.
Oh, that's.
So, but this archive log format that we did set up.
31.
Do the parallel. Oh.
Was it 31?
31, yeah.
The book said 31?
Yes.
30.
What was
31?
Yeah,
31.
It was 30 tonight. Yes, I remember now it's 30. So you see, this is where the archive log files are going, and archive log this one is going there. So if you want to see the location now, let's go to that directory. So now I can type, let's go. Oh, and by the way, watch this. If I type host, I just get out. If I type exit, I go back inside Oracle. You guys see that? Sometimes if you really want to go out and do something, you can come out and swing back without logging in. My thing just got frozen, believe it or not. Yep, these are the archive log files. According to the names that we give it. See, they keep writing that thing at the front and blah. And sometimes what you may do is you may want to attach the name of your database to this thing. So you may come, guys, watch here. What is the only differentiating parameter is this thing. Do you guys know that? That's the only thing that's changing, that number. Which means is that S. See, that S is the only thing changing. So the rest of them, who really cares about them? Oh no, this one too. Yeah, that's only that S. S is the only thing changing. The R doesn't care. In that R, that's the one we said was incarnation or something. And D. So sometimes what we do is we could actually name them like this. We'll start with the database name, class T in front. So that if you happen to mix them with other databases, you can tell which one it is. I actually like to do that. So I could actually like to rename those control files something like this. Maybe I do that for you guys, for your sakes. No, here, not that guy. This guy. So like here, where we did archive log format, way at the top, was it, yeah, for that, here, log archive format. I can even add something like this.
Seed.
Just put class T. I put underscore. Let's do that and see.
Class T.
Oh, yeah. Let me add another T. So I put my instance name right there.
No, one S, 2S.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Class T. So I could do this. Go back, exit. You remember I did exit to come to that point.
Capital, exit.
Yeah, so run that bad boy right there. Then if we do alter system, blah, 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 come back, look at that thing, it should look different. So let's try that. Let me go back here. Where is the one? Where are you? Where's that place that do alters we force lock switch many times. I don't even like that one. Where's the other one I really like? Yes, I like this one. Let me run this one. It's going to switch it so many times you'll be tired. Ding, 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 ding. So let's do host. PWD. See where it takes me. I don't want to be there. I want it to be an archive log destination. Didn't bring any yet. Nothing to archive. Come on. It's nothing. Okay, didn't have anything to archive for us. But normally it should come here now and the name should be different.
Yes.
That will take a while. But it didn't, so it doesn't, it's so smart, it doesn't create a file with 0 size.
What is called?
Okay, but later on, that's what's going to happen. Okay, so I've switched that in here just so if you guys do it, it's going to have that. Then now that stupid D, you can take that away if you don't care. Let me see, what is it? This number is even such a headache. What's that long number? What was that one supposed to be, guys? Who remembers? That minus R. Was that the incarnation thing? Yes.
Guys, good night.
All right. So, but guys, there we go. You guys have a lot of good stuff to play with. So let me let you guys go to sleep. Jesus can stop the recording. Sorry.
I would draw.
Yes.
Prof, today was stretched a little bit because he got to a time I was listening and everything.